Welcome to the Winds of Chaos, the Dungeons & Dragons campaign where you can influence the course of the game. You can harness the Winds of Chaos, this nefarious force of change sweeping across the lands of Gondara, by donating bits during the stream to help or hinder our heroes. For 300 bits, our heroes may find a useful, mundane, non-magical item. For 400 or 500 bits, you can buff the monsters that our heroes are facing with a minor or major mutation, respectively. Special thanks to our community's very own Bo the Distance for creating the random monster mutation table that we roll on for these redeems. For 600 bits, you can compel a player character's flaw. 700 bits grants inspiration to one player character. That's a reroll of a d20 during a clutch moment. And for 800 bits, you can make Flutter die roll on the Wild Magic Surge table, our community's favorite. Flutter's character, Kiona, is a wild magic sorcerer. That means that she doesn't have full control over her arcane powers, and every now and then, well, you'll just have to wait and see what happens. Finally, subscribers to the Dungeon Masters channel, that's Twitch TV/GhostPepper, can harness the Winds of Chaos to blow a custom NPC or magic item of appropriate level into the party's path. Please DM me on Discord for more info. Oh, one last thing. If you're a regular supporter of this campaign and redeeming or subscribing or things like that are things that you do fairly regularly, please consider subscribing to our monthly coffee plan. We use the proceeds from that to go directly towards funding improvements to the game, music, artwork, subscriptions to different services that make our game that much better. Any monthly supporters get a free Major Monster Mutation, Wild Magic Surge, custom NPC, or magic item once per month. We really appreciate all of our coffee subscribers, all of our bits redeemers, and every single one of you who watches the game. Please enjoy the show.
So I get to add a custom NPC or magic item then, right at GH0 Pepe hand rub.
What?
I think that's correct, based on what we all just heard. I don't know. I've always held off because I don't know if it's fair for like the players to be doing it.
To be fair, I think
you can negotiate.
I added an NPC, so I mean,
Yeah, you can add an NPC. You can add an NPC. And if you want to add a magic item, probably the only thing, like, you would have to workshop it with me, so that's not OP, of course.
Right.
But another requirement I might have in that instance is you can't make it for your own character. Does that make sense? Maybe make a magic item for somebody else in the party. That's something different. Oh my goodness, so many people. Typhoonsy, thank you for that raid. Welcome everybody to Winds of Chaos. It's Tuesday again. My favorite night of the week. And we're back. Yeah, thank you to everybody who was in the chat just marveling. Wow, Ghost is doing this live? Wow. I'm never that articulate on a first take. That took me like an hour to get a take that I like. And even then, when I listen to it back, sometimes I'm like, ugh. If I could fix that part. Oh my goodness. I just want to say, Neko-chan, first of all, Cauliflumps and Vinyl Stencil, thank you both so much for the 17 months. That's so generous of you. But Neko-chan, I know you're doing your practicum right now. My grade 12 students were actually, as circumstance would have it, were just reminiscing to me today about Mr. Anderson, who was my student teacher I was mentoring back when they were in grade 10. So student teachers, doing your practicum and things like that, you have an impact and they remember you. So you're doing amazing work, Neko. Quick make a plan. Who makes what magic items for who? Exactly. Yeah. Well, hey, you heard the video. Any subscribers to this channel or coffee subscribers as well get to make a custom NPC or magic item. So if that's something that's interesting to you, there's how you do it. I want to thank. Oh my goodness, Neko-chan, you're so kind. That is so generous of you. My goodness. Everybody is so generous in this community. It's amazing. So I just want to really quickly thank, actually, before we get to the nitty gritties, we need to ask our question of the day.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I have actually had the forethought to put our warm-up question of the day in the question of the day command. So our question of the day is, what is the biggest mistake your D&D or other tabletop RPG of your choice character has ever made? So, players, what is the biggest mistake your character has ever made? Something for you to think about. Is there any way to make my Ko-fi not go to music? What does that mean? What does that mean?
Shogras hates music on streams.
He hates music on streams? No. Hiring a gnome as a chef. No mistakes. Vinyl's character is perfect. Vinyl's character is perfect. Typhoonsy become a hero. So you might notice that we've got one player MIA today. Flutterdye is enjoying her vacation in Paris. We got to see a picture, got to see a photo in our group chat. It was so much fun. Oh no, I ended up trusting a knight who served the king, who ended up booting me off the airship in flight when I was out of spell slots. No.
Yikes.
Penguin. Heck yeah. Kiona has not been captured. Kiona is going to be played by Cauliflumps today. So Cauliflumps is taking that over. I thought it might be fun for Cauli to play a different class, a full caster class. Cauli, I shared Kiona's character sheet with you on Roll20, so you should be able to open up Kiona's character sheet and
Yeah,
check that
it's completely baffling to me.
out. Yeah,
Well,
excellent.
I've got it.
Excellent, but
Yeah.
you've got it. So a couple of thank yous to go around before we start play and get to our players' answers to the question of the day. Thank yous are in order, first of all, to our 4 coffee subscribers, Bruce Campbell Soup, Bo the Distance, Shagraz, and Bard Owl. So thank you to all of you for your coffee subscription. Your contribution to the game is helping us to afford some things like the music that you hear. Sorry, Shagraz. Yours isn't going towards that, I promise you. So the music that you hear in the background, things like the World Anvil. We have a thank you, Megan. Thank you for that feedback. We have a Roll20 subscription that allows us to use things like dynamic lighting and some other functionality. Glad someone said it. You could have said the music's too loud, Shagraz. That's different from I don't like music at all. Could have just said it's too loud. So thank you to all of our coffee subscribers for helping us to make this campaign what it is. So huge appreciation to all of you. Also huge appreciation to Vinyl Stencil. Whenever somebody redeems bits for the and I added a new chat command. If you do chaos, you can access that menu of different bit redeems and things like that. And whenever somebody does, Vinyl DMs me on Discord and adds something to our special list app on mobile phone, so that I don't need to stop play. So thank you so much, Vinyl, for helping to organize that. thank you as well to Megan, Starborn Striker in the chat, and both Bo the Distance for being our rules encyclopedia and helping us out with when we have a question about rules. They're usually the first ones. They're very knowledgeable, and they don't need to look it up, but they also know where they can look it up in short order and help us out with that. Sometimes we decide to make a homebrew house ruling on the spot, and we kind of say, oh, that's how they do it in the rules as written. Well, we don't really like that, but it's always useful to know what the ruling is on some of those complex situations. So thank you, Megan, and thank you, Bo. And most importantly, thank you to all of you just for being here and just for being you. Because we're happy to have you, and this game would not be what it is without the input, the enthusiasm, the contributions, and frankly the trolling of our wonderful D&D community here. So thank you so much, everybody who's in chat right now, and everybody who might arrive in chat later. All right, so our question of the day was, what is your character's biggest mistake? Some of you in chat have been guest players on our campaign here. Would really love to hear your characters answer the question, your Winds of Chaos character, so we can hear about what Shiraz Shadeheart or Ephema or Darfin, Vinyl's future guest character was perfect in every way. Hey, Neko-chan, take care. Take care. Hiring a gnome. Oh yeah, hiring a gnome chef. That's right. That was Shiraz Shadeheart's. Squanchy, welcome. Neko-chan, I believe in you. You're gonna do great things for them kids. Oh, Ephema's was being away from her family when the goblins came. Yeah, that's a big sad right there. That's a big sad. What's with that? The less than pound.
Well, Neko was trying to do another heart.
The less than 3. Yeah.
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 Dark Rose just rubbing it in.
What about our players here?
I suspect Foodle's made a lot of pretty bad mistakes, so I may be forgetting a more egregious one. But I think the biggest mistake Foodle ever made, that jumps to my mind, was just going through that portal that took them to the dragon fight when we were not ready, and got us a party wipe. That was pretty bad.
Right. That's pretty. Yeah, that was pretty brutal.
Hey, guess what? My answer's the same.
Your answer's the same as going after them.
That portal.
not letting them get themselves killed. Oh,
I mean,
boy.
it worked out, and it was a really cool story moment.
Right.
That's Foodle's worst nightmare is
Yeah.
his friends dying.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Oh goodness. All right. So, shall we get cracking? What do we think? Hey, what do we think Kiona's biggest mistake is, with Flutter not here? What do we think Kiona's biggest mistake is?
It's right there. That's a good question. Because, I don't know if Kiona considers that a biggest mistake. I wonder if Kiona's would be similar to Ephema's.
Okay.
I think
Maybe.
it might also be not marrying her guy before he basically groped.
Right.
I'm so mad at the cameras right now because we checked this so that there were no green lines.
I
and there were green
know.
lines all over the place. What happened?
I thought they were perfect.
What happened? Okay.
We went live. It was too smooth.
Exactly. We went live. Yeah, we went live, and and things broke, as they always do. Yeah, Megan, Foodle's like a roaming Judge Dredd. I am the law. Ooh.
Yeah, basically. Oh my god.
Is it actually showing the black Discord bar? No.
Yeah, and I think the
Even
left side?
The left is as well? Yeah, it is.
little bit,
It
yeah.
is too. What a Discord.
I think
what
it's
a
good
bug.
now, though.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. All right. Well, let's rock and roll. So the last time we got together, thank you, Flippin' Penguin. Thank you so much. I threw this one together myself.
Oops.
Oh, Sane. Well, let's see. Let's see about that.
I mean,
Hey,
I guess.
Typhoonsy.
But
Thanks for the raid, buddy. Have a great
For
night.
now.
Yeah.
yeah, take it easy.
Yeah, you're sane for now, exactly. The last time we got together, we set off from Camp Resilient, heading on our way towards the Gardens of the Moon, where Count Balian holds his court. Balian the Beautiful. On the way, you learned how the residents of the Lost Dunes source some of their food, particularly meat, by Kruthix, those strange reptilian arachnid kind of cross creatures that burrow through the earth. Sometimes they punch through into the aqua sand, and because the aqua sand is more like a non-Newtonian fluid, they're unable to actually burrow or swim or anything in it, and they end up drowning and then sort of floating up to the surface, and then any sand skimmer ships that are around can kind of hook onto them, pull them aboard, and it's a valuable source of food within the Lost Dunes, and some parts of it you learned are considered delicacies outside of the desert. And so you managed to grab a quite substantial one, drag it aboard the ship. However, when the ship's cook cut it open, all sorts of little baby Kruthix that were inside swarmed out and immediately attacked you, looking for their first meal. You fended off the Kruthix successfully, after which you had some time to patch your wounds, get yourselves under control, catch your breath, have a lovely rest with some good conversation in between. And when we ended off, you just spotted the lantern lights dotting the island upon which the Gardens of the Moon rest in the distance. You all... Oh, Adrian's here. Hey, Adrian. Welcome.
Quick question. I don't remember if we said this last time, but did we get a rest?
You got a long rest.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, you got a long rest. And so all of your effects... Oh, yeah, you camped out on the island of Huff Powder.
Oh yeah.
Which
Oh
is
my
such
goodness, that was nutty.
Such an interesting name.
I think some of us are going to need that
Yeah.
brew, the morning after brew in the morning.
Yeah, that's
Yep,
true.
yep.
Who's carrying that anyway?
I think we just had it because they were in little vials, I think, in a...
Okay, we got 8 doses. Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right. And so you awaken the next morning, feeling a little bit groggy. It's not like Smoke Leaf that doesn't, it has kind of a bit of a hangover effect. And I think all you were infected, right? All of you came under the effects of it?
Not Foodle.
Not Foodle.
He's too
Ironically
dexterous.
enough.
I know, the
Ironically
one
enough,
guy.
he managed to avoid all of it, but he had fun seeing the rest of you. He had fun looking on and seeing kind of, oh, this is what I'm like when I'm on the Smoke Leaf.
Mhm.
Turns out I'm a lot of fun.
Yeah.
but maybe not as wise and insightful as I think I am in the moment.
Yeah. Well, he definitely took advantage of it. He
Yeah.
had some fun.
Yeah. So you
That
need to
was great.
spend a morning after brew from your inventory for everybody who was affected by the huff dust, the huff powder,
Okay.
the night before.
I wonder if that's in the shared. I can check and see if it's in the shared inventory.
Yeah, worst case, I'm going to make a note of it. That way we can track it. Okay. It's puff powder, right?
Huff powder.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing, Megan.
Okay, so on the sheet we have 8. So are we using 2 of them?
Well,
You're using one for
3.
Kiona, one for Mazra, one for Iskander if you want to give him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you don't care. If we're not bringing him, he can just like
No,
sneak
it's
off or
fine.
something.
I'll mark it down.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. For a minute there I thought there was static and I was like, "Oh, it's the ocean."
It's the ocean, yeah.
Yeah.
Let me know if you're hearing that. All right, chat.
Okay, so Foodle will give Kiona and Mazra and Iskander one of the little bottles because he wasn't affected. And he'll like carefully study them to make sure everything's okay as they drink them.
Yeah. And they have the expected effect. Iskander briefed you ahead of time to inform you that they do indeed help with that sort of morning after hangover like effect that the huff powder has. And yep, everybody except Foodle, Kiona, Mazra, and Iskander feel right as rain. And Iskander, he downs his and that is much better. My head was killing me. You must be very careful out in this desert.
Yeah. I mean it was fun last night, but it didn't look pretty this morning.
No, indeed not. Well, friends, forward, I suppose.
Fiona says, "Oh God, yeah, I guess let's get on the ship, I suppose."
That's so good. That's so good, by
This
the
could
way.
be so hard.
Yeah.
Carefully, everyone.
Right. And so you board the ship, and they unfurl their sails, and the sand skimmer rises up to ride on its skis on top of the sand and speeds towards the Gardens of the Moon.
During the travel, Foodle wants to sort of get Mazra and Kiona and Iskander sort of together so he can say something. He's gonna once everyone's gathered around, he's gonna say, "Okay, so about my plan, right? I've got this great idea where we're gonna go in and we're gonna convince Balian to help us defeat Galthor, right? I've got the really awesome mirror, we got the goblet, we've got all these names. The other thing I was thinking is," and Foodle's going to he's gonna like sort of move his hands in like a box shape and do this, and then toss out a small piece of fluff. What is it? Shit, I can't remember. Anyway,
I think it's
he's going to
fleece.
use
It's like
Fleece,
wool, I
thank you.
think. Fleece, yeah.
yeah. He's going to use minor illusion, and in front of him is going to appear like an open ornate-looking treasure chest with a bunch of gems and jewels and stuff in there. And basically, I was thinking when we get there, maybe we can convince, maybe Mazra, you could convince them if we're dressed up like I've got, when I got my pocket square, I got my nice vest on, he's in his fine clothes. Kiona, I think you can change your outfit's look, right? We could fancy ourselves up. We've heard of Balian the Beautiful. We think Galthor's the worst, and Balian should be in charge, and we've come bearing gifts, right? Maybe we can get an audience that way? What do you guys think?
Possible. I feel like I would feel better if we knew a little bit more about this guy, but if he is as vain as I assume he is, we may be able to appeal to that to get in front of him.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, theoretically, people could see through this illusion. It's fairly basic, but like, why would they? I don't know if they have reason to suspect that it's anything but. I mean, we're a bunch of merchants and traders. If we're all in our finery, like, it could work. Maybe. I mean, it's worth a shot. Kiona's gonna
Yes.
say.
Fair.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You're the player.
Kiona's
I-
gonna say. Oh, go ahead.
No.
I'm trying to remember how Kiona talks. Well, Foodle, I think it has some promise. We need to be careful. And Kiona's gonna. I believe she's done this before, so I want to double check with
Yeah.
you though, Ghost, because
Yeah.
she's got that magic outfit that can change
Yeah.
when she changes. But I think she can sort of at will change the look of them. So she's gonna be this fine tabaxian sort of like. She's got some gold rings around her neck. She's got like some embroidered, like really beautiful colored pattern dress with like a one of those half cape things that just comes off one shoulder, and so she's maybe on board, willing to give it a try.
Okay, excellent. Yes, I
Now-
believe that this might be your best bet to appeal to Balian's sense of the finer things as well as his vanity. I do urge caution, however. His island is not known for having guards or sentries or fortifications of any type. And yet, it is accounted to be a very dangerous place.
Right.
We will have to approach carefully in order to reach the map. I do not know what dangers wait for us, but dangers there must be.
Yeah, there has to be. Do Kiona or Mazra, when you were talking to Welly, did they just drop off the goods and pick up whatever's left for them in trade, or do they approach the house, or
From what I remember,
or
they
wherever
don't
Balian
have face-to-face audiences with
Oh.
him, or
Well,
they go
no,
through
I
a
know-
proxy.
Yeah, I know not Balian himself. No one seems to have seen him, or if they have, they haven't returned. But like, Welly, I have a question, Welly.
Yes?
Well, Welly, when you drop off the goods, do you just like leave them there at the island, or are you greeted by anybody that we could talk to?
yeah, we just leave them.
Oh, so okay.
We don't,
Okay,
we
thanks,
don't
Welly.
venture into the gardens of the, well, okay.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. I know you're busy.
Yes. You get on with your business, I'll get on with mine.
Don't ask, don't tell, right?
Don't ask, don't tell.
Anyway,
Gonna-
I am on board with trying this. I just want you to keep in mind that if this doesn't work, we are going to have to kill this man.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's what I think, right? Like, everyone says he's this horrible guy. I'm hoping maybe we can turn him. You know, maybe he was good back before he betrayed the queen. I mean, the thing is, we don't even know. Like, we don't really know what happened. You know, like we've got all these stories, but no one seems to know anything. Like you were saying, Mazra, right? Like, and it seems like the only way to get more information is to like get in there, right?
Right.
Which I guess.
Well, I mean, hope for the best. If we can get him to help, fine. If not, I mean, we know what we can do.
Yeah. Well, and I guess so. Assuming that my plan for getting us into wherever Balian is, you know, past his lackeys works, right? We got to get through this horrid garden. Do we have any plan for like when we're face to face with Balian?
Well, you bought that mirror, right?
Yeah. I was gonna like give it to him.
Well, depending on how nice his place is, I know he's out in the middle of nowhere, but I don't know if just a mirror and a goblet will convince him. So I feel like we're going to have to find some way to make it more appealing. Give him something that he's never seen or couldn't get somewhere else.
Ooh.
Something
okay.
magic, maybe. Or make it
Yeah.
look like magic. Because obviously
Right.
it's not magic.
Okay. Okay. Kiona says, Mazra, you got something up your sleeve? I like it. Okay. All right. All right. Well, let's hope for the best. Now, what happens? So if we can't turn him, we can't change his mind. We just kill him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I wouldn't start with that, but
Right. Okay.
keep it
But
in
yeah,
our
we'll
back pocket. Just promise me you won't tell him that when we
Okay.
first meet him.
I won't tell him straight away.
Okay.
We'll start with the promotion idea. I'll let you do the talking.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
very
that's
clear.
probably
It's
a
very
good
important.
idea.
It's very important that Foodle is very clear on not threatening. Not opening with the or else I will kill you and eat you.
All right. All right. We got it. And Foodle makes the chest vanish.
Okay. And so Welly puts you to work on the sand skimmer, helping to trim sails and tie knots, hoist the gangplank, and all those other things that you do. Something tells me that you don't hoist the gangplank while you're underway, but whatever.
Maybe.
And before long, you see the island upon which Balian's residence and seat of power is located grow from a little thin line of green on the horizon into the towering island that actually is. It's a fairly small island of sand, plunked down right in the middle of this large lake or small sea, if you will, of aqua sand, built onto a mound of regular earth jutting out from the strange semi-liquid, semi-solid substance that you're traveling on. You see that it is covered on all sides with a almost ring-shaped labyrinthine hedge maze sporting all sorts of different trees, flowers, every shade and color that you could possibly imagine. In the middle
Beautiful.
of this, in the middle of this labyrinth is a built-up, flat-topped terrace of a hill, almost like it's a perfectly round hill with the top cut off. And on top of that is another, is a sprawling mansion surrounded by another garden. This one not looking like a, thank you. This one not looking like a labyrinth, but another well manicured and well maintained garden up at the top.
Can we, from the distance we are, if we see the like labyrinth of, is it like the Shining style hedge maze? Is that kind of what we're seeing?
Yep.
Like, how
Yep.
can we
That's what you're
estimate like how tall they are from like the distance where we are?
Quite tall. About like exactly that, but like the Shining.
Right.
So not reasonable to easily be able to, or reasonably be able to climb over.
Goodness, yeah.
Potentially, if one of you could fly, you could fly over it.
That's what I was thinking, Megan.
I mean, it's the one that I think of most when I think of like hedge maze.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
Yep.
But would it be like not flying, but like could it be climbed?
It depends on the hedge itself. Like, could you get purchase on the hedge
Right.
without like breaking the branches and things like that? You can't
Okay.
tell from that distance.
You know, the other one that jumps to mind is, isn't there a hedge maze on the Halloween event in Stardew Valley? I don't know. Anyway.
Oh yeah, there
Okay.
is. There is.
Not that you would know, Cauliflower.
Erase. Yeah, well, yeah. Erase the
not
other
that-
part. We'll
yeah.
put that one in the video.
Yeah.
You've never played that game before.
It's an event because I was talking to chat one time.
Yep,
I think that's what.
yep.
God.
Oh God.
It looks
will never
beautiful.
forget
I disagree, but I respect your opinion.
And Kiona says, it looks dangerous.
that. Yes. Well, it is often quite true that in nature, beautiful things can be quite dangerous. Mazda, roll a perception check.
Sorry, I closed my sheet for some reason.
Just all kick it off now.
Wait, perception? Okay.
Perception. Yeah. Oh.
Oh, why? No! The rest of my rolls are gonna suck!
Oh no, not again!
Oh
Start
no!
off the
Oh
night with a nat
no!
20.
Opening
Why?
with the crit. When he says this,
Oh, can you swap to the map? Sorry.
I can. The map is like not really relevant to what we're doing, but oh yeah, we're on that map screen. Okay, I forgot which screen we're on. Here's where we are, chat.
We made it. Kind of.
We made it. You see, when he says this, Iskander turns to both you, Mazra, and Kiona, and gives you a little wink.
She responds
Let me
by
call.
giving him a little glower.
Yeah.
Because
He doesn't
Mazra
see it.
has a -1 in wisdom.
Yeah.
Her wisdom is
Oh.
8.
Yeah, she has a negative
Not
1 in
particularly
wisdom
wise.
and no proficiency in perception. Yeah, and so Iskander is nonplussed by this reaction. He just kind of smiles an amused little smile and turns his attention back to the island. I see no sentries waiting for us.
Yeah, there don't seem to be any defenses of any kind. Fulo's gonna look through his scope. Iskander, didn't you say something about statues? I'm gonna see if I can spot any.
Oh, they're quite famous, yes. Yeah, roll a perception, Frugal.
Oh gosh, alright, here we go.
Balian's gardens are renowned for the beauty of the sculptures that one might find within.
Oh my god. Natural 20 plus 5. We are so screwed. Why are we doing this? We gotta stop looking at shit.
As Balian is explaining this to you, you can indeed see some, within, sort of standing on either side of the nearest entrance to the garden maze are a couple of statues. And then further in, you see other statues of many different humanoid forms, many different races, some in different poses, styles of dress, performing different, not performing any actions, but different themes to them. There's one is a pair of what appears to be lovers sitting down on a park bench with their arms around each other's shoulders. One is a maiden holding a basin in her hands. That some birds are washing themselves in some rainwater that's accumulated inside the basin. They look gorgeous. They look incredible. Finely chiseled granite and marble.
Well, I'll say this. Balian has got good taste. There's some beautiful statues.
I am just going to assume that everything on that piece of land is ready to murder us. So, statues included. So, the suggestion there are no sentries probably means that they're not necessary, because whatever is there is worse than any sentry he can hire.
Right. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, we should definitely be on our guard.
Mm.
Okay.
And so, before too long, you hear the cries of the sailors as they raise up the shout to prepare to make landfall, and the boat slides up onto shore with a grinding of skis and keel against gravel. And this be where we leave you to do your work.
Oh, Welly, how do we get back? Can we message you? Kiona, you've got a spell, don't you? Well, yeah, I got a message spell, but I don't think it's got much range. No. Okay, no. All right.
No.
Well, shit.
We will remain offshore for 3 days.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, Kiona, better pay the man what we owe him. And Kiona will hand over the remaining 45 gold, I think.
I think it was something like that, yeah.
Whatever it was.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm going to make a note.
I think we got him down a little bit.
Yeah.
We have to survive for 3 days. Oh, God.
Yeah, joke's on you.
Now,
This
don't
is
go
one of those,
leaving without us. Yeah.
Indeed.
All right, Iskander. We could definitely use the help if you're willing. We're hoping to avoid a fight, but
I am most interested in what we might find on this island.
okay. I think just follow our lead and hopefully things go well.
Indeed.
Aaron Selch guide us.
Masha is assuming nothing will go well.
Oodle's gonna leave. Like, did we even bring the horses and cart? If we did, we'll just leave that on the boat.
Yeah,
on
Yeah.
on the discretionary.
sure.
And the discretionaries will disembark the discretionary.
Okay. Yeah, but what are you guys doing? All right. And so you disembark from the sand skimmer, and you approach the entrance to the garden. And here we go.
Oh my gosh. Oh no, it's an actual maze.
Ha ha!
Oh god.
What time of day is it? Is it like daytime right now?
It is daytime.
Okay.
Is it
Even
still-
if
Yes.
Okay.
okay, even if
Okay.
it's still daytime, I think she's going to light a torch because she doesn't trust that inside there it's going to actually be they'll be able to see properly.
Yeah. Yeah, it is daylight here. I do have the dynamic lighting set to daylight mode. You just can't have it set to the dynamic lighting so that you don't see the solution to the maze right away.
Right.
So you don't
Well, I
you don't
mean,
require torches, anything like that.
Yeah. Okay. So it's more of a line of sight thing.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I
Make
mean,
sure.
it is beautiful, right? It is beautiful. Better to think what else it is.
Can we observe the statues like now that we're close?
Yep.
Oh.
You can roll an inspection check on them. There's one here and
Okay.
one here.
Okay, so to be very clear, Foodle is wearing his fine clothes. He doesn't have his shema or his goggles on. He's looking fancy. He's got his pocket square. He's cleaned himself up. He's carrying his mirror, probably in his backpack if he can
Right.
fit it in there, because he wants to bring that and the goblet.
Just purely for interest in a completely unlikely and hypothetical scenario. Have you modified your armor class to reflect the fact that you're wearing your fine clothes?
No. So what Foodle does is he wears his fine shirt and his vest over his armor.
Okay. Thank you.
So it
Not
looks
that
like
that'll come
he's
up,
got
but-
right. So it
Yeah.
looks a little bit like he's got a slightly smaller head and like a slightly bigger torso, I guess. He's a little chubby, is what he looks like.
Right.
All right. Oh, 15 on investigation. Nice.
Nice. Yeah. So these statues are incredibly finely made, chiseled out of a beautiful, almost. Oh, well, it certainly looks like they're chiseled out of one piece of stone. You don't see any points where they're different pieces that have been somehow fastened or glued or bolted together in any way. They are basically two very finely dressed people, one female, one male, kind of holding out their hands, gesturing in a welcoming fashion into the garden maze behind them.
Hate it.
Pluto's gonna draw a gimbal shot and hold it, barrel down. Okay.
I think it's best if we keep together, very closely together, or potentially tie ourselves to each other. there's not going to be much space in here, and I have concerns about things grabbing us.
Oh, really? Good night,
Just
Pedro.
an overabundance of caution.
Yeah. Well, okay, but what happens if we get in a fight? Just cut the rope? Because otherwise we'll kind of be a little stuck
Right.
together.
Well, maybe just for now, stay near each other,
Okay.
or we could just hold on to a rope and let go of it.
Okay. All right. Foodle will take out. He's got 2 left. He's gonna take out a 50-foot length of hempen rope. Oh, that's Kiona's backpack. Hold on. And he's gonna like pass it to everybody. Remember to stay close, okay? All right. I'll do my best.
Yes,
The
of course.
ground, is it like cobblestone or dirt or like going into the maze?
It's exactly as you see here. So on your screen here, so you got some cobbles, some steps leading up to another cobbled path, and then you have kind of a grassy path right here, moving off to the left.
Well, I don't mind going first. Oh, I can
Yeah.
lead the way. Should we try to sneak? Do you think that would help? I mean, I mean, there's nobody around really, but
Well, I feel like anything that's in here is going to know we're here.
I agree with Mazra. I don't know if it'll do any good. Okay.
You can open
All
that
right.
window. I saw that.
So Foodle's gonna start moving forward. What's the marching order? Because we're all holding onto a rope.
the
Who's
marching order?
behind Foodle?
Monster's going to go last.
Just so
You're gonna
that,
go last?
like, because we're working our way through the maze, I'd just like everybody to roll their initiative.
Okay.
Just
Oh,
to know
God.
whose turn it is to
Yeah.
move around.
When the
right?
worst happens.
What are you talking
Right,
about?
right. Yeah. Oh shit! I got another 20.
Nice.
24,
Nice.
baby.
20
Oh,
on
I didn't
initiative.
actually roll a fake one. Sorry, Ghost.
Hell yeah.
Pretty dang good anyway.
Oh, wow, a scanner.
And then I gotta roll Kiona. Wait, has Flutter been doing real dice or?
I don't know.
Remember.
I think she's been. I think other than for Wild Magic Surge, she's been using Roll20.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it that way, so I don't get
Okay.
confused.
That's probably better. So Foodle, you're up.
Woof.
I think
Okay.
you started here, right?
Yeah. Okay. So 5, 10, 15. Now. Well, I guess I don't know. I assume people are holding onto the rope, and this all makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a forest gnome. I say we follow the grass. 15, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay.
Okay.
And then, oh, a scanner. Okay, perfect.
Yeah. I'm right behind you, my small friend.
So this grassy path, how high is the grass? Is it like
The grass is it's well maintained, so you're talking like this long.
okay?
Like it looks freshly cut.
Just keep your eyes peeled, everyone.
Oh,
I don't know
sorry.
if
Yeah. So Mazra will light a torch before they go in there, and she
Oh.
is going to basically walk backwards and watch behind them.
Good thinking. Okay, so I completely forgot about this. Kiona's whole thing was she wanted that mirror, so she's actually got her mirror out. She's got one hand on the rope, she's got her mirror out, and it's sort of like mostly in front of her face, so she can kind of see out of one eye, and like you can see the path and see Foodle, or no, Skander moving ahead of her. I
Yeah.
forgot that was like her big thing, so she's like got
Yeah.
her mirror out defensively.
Okay. Yeah.
So Foodle's got 5, 10.
Oh,
15.
give me just one. I need to check something real quick.
Okay.
Okay. Can I say it's like not on my sheet, but can I say that Majra has like
Yep.
like a handkerchief or something, or like some kind of a piece of cloth? Is that like
Sure. Yeah.
okay?
Do you have something like that in your inventory? Something that can serve as a handkerchief or a piece of cloth or something?
Trying to
Let's
see.
say you have like a cleaning rag in your tinker's kit. That's
Okay. All right.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
So also as they
Yep.
go, she is going to, I guess, use. I don't know. Are scissors? Do scissors exist
Yeah.
in D&D? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
She.
Yep. Shears.
Yeah. She's going to basically like use it to rip or cut pieces and tie them onto the edges of the bushes as they go.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. Marking our path. Oh.
Right.
Mazra, you are so clever.
Yeah,
Or
she's
smart.
trying not to damage the foliage.
Yep. Yep. Okay.
All right, Iskander, keep up.
All right. Yeah, Skander, I am right behind you, my small friend. And he just keeps following you.
Anything back there, Mazra?
Not yet.
25. Whoop. Well, this looks promising. Feel like we're making
Yeah, and
good progress.
You see another pathway veer off to your right.
As we're going, can I
Oh.
keep an ear out? How can we still hear the ocean from here? I mean the sound of the sand. Okay.
The sound
Okay.
of the oobleck.
Okay.
Washing onto the shore. There's like a faint slapping sound, I guess.
But I was just thinking. Just a slap.
The stream
Okay.
doesn't hear that sound though. No, I shut it off. Maybe I should turn it back on. It was providing a little bit of something.
There's another statue here. Udo's gonna get up to it to sort of take a closer look.
Right. Right. Yeah, do you want to investigate it?
Yeah, see if there's any,
Okay.
like, I don't know, hidden buttons or who knows what, right?
Okay.
Investigate. Oh, right. It's just a straight roll for Foodle. Oh, whoops. There we go. 13.
13. Okay. Yeah, this statue seems like all the others. A female statue. This one is one of the bird bath statues holding a basin filled with rainwater that some small birds were washing themselves in. And then when you rounded the corner and stepped into this little courtyard here, they flew away just off into the sky. The statue continues to stare ahead unblinkingly.
The birds. Did Foodle recognize them? Because he's
Roll a
lived in the
nature
forest
check.
his whole life.
Yeah,
Oh,
roll a
okay.
nature check.
All right. It's been a while since we did one of these, huh? 15.
15, you can tell that you have never seen these birds before, but they look quite exotic. You've never seen birds of this like color before, like bright blue. One is bright blue, almost sort of purplish blue in color, and the other is a scarlet red, has scarlet red plumage. Looking like it's from some sort of more tropical clime.
Oh, okay. Those look like, I don't know, the stories my uncle told about tropical birds. They really are out here now. And then Foodle's gonna, oh, I guess that's his turn, but everyone caught up, so Foodle's gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Oh, it looks like a dead end.
Oh, did we all move? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
I think we should
And there's another statue
investigate.
up here.
Oh, okay.
Is this like a table or what is this here?
Yeah, there's a table right here with a bottle of wine and what looks like a little, almost like a little charcuterie board on here.
Like the food is fresh?
Fairly fresh looking, yeah.
That's odd, isn't it? Or maybe not. I mean, maybe
Well,
somebody was out
investigating.
there.
Someone was well, okay, so I think her main objective is just to see if there is any hidden openings in here or any hidden way to get out, or if this is literally just a dead end.
Okay, so you're basically looking for like a secret passage or like a hidden passage. Maybe there's a blind spot. Maybe there's a pathway,
Yeah.
like a blind spot around the hedge. You look around, but you don't see anything. But when you look back, the statue up here,
Oh, God.
its head has turned and is now facing you.
Mazra sets the maze on fire.
Wait, y'all, was that statue? It must have moved.
All right,
Does she say y'all? I don't think she does. Scratch that.
she does. I think.
Oh, does she? Okay, okay.
I think so. Yeah.
I can't remember. Oh no.
All right. Here's the deal. From now
Are
on,
you certain?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when I came around the corner, it was like looking towards us, and now it's looking down here. Oh bother.
we need to make sure we have someone watching both directions at all times.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I should have been doing that while you were looking around. That's my bad.
Not your
And
fault.
as you're talking about this statue moving, suddenly the basin slips from its grasp and the porcelain basin shatters on the floor. And the statue looking out towards you like this, kind of with a creak and a grind of stone, turns and begins to walk towards you. Roll. You already rolled initiative. I have to.
This one up here, it was
That's my
the
turn,
top
yeah.
one.
This one, yeah.
Okay.
Oh God.
All right. With your high investigate roll, it does not get its surprise round on you. Foodle, you're up first.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Foodle is going to immediately. He's gonna pull up gimbal shot, he's going to say, "Aaron Selch, save us!" He's gonna use his
No, I don't know that music.
music. He's gonna use his bonus action to activate the bracers, and he's gonna cast Ensnaring Strike as the vines and leaves start winding around gimbal shot, and he's going to fire at the statue here.
Okay.
Let's see what we get.
I love the calling.
Oh, that's
Honestly, I struggle to think of which stream that's from because you make that face at least once a stream. At least once a stream. Oh my goodness. Hey Flannel, hey Nobo, you're just in time for our first combat round of the evening. Heck yeah.
Thank you, Nobo. Thank you, Nobo.
All right. 24
he hasn't-
is a hit.
Okay. It needs to make a strength saving throw or be restrained.
Be restrained. Okay. Saves strength. It rolled a 6.
Oh, so vines shoot out from where the shot hit and grab onto the ground and the bushes next to it and are holding this thing in place.
Wrap around it. Yeah, the vines wrap around it. It's still trying to move. Some of the vines are starting to tear, but more vines rise up to reinforce, and it is stuck in place. Alright.
Okay, and that is Foodle's turn.
Is that Foodle's turn?
I think 5, 10, 15.
Myself what restrained is.
I mean, Foodle's gonna move there. Actually, he's gonna move all the way there, and that's Foodle's turn.
Okay.
25.
Iskander is gonna move 5, 10, 15, 20. Don't think he gets sneak attack because there's.
He does get advantage.
Does he get
the
advantage?
thing's restrained. Yeah, because it's restrained.
That's true. So he does get his sneak attack. Hell yeah. Okay. So Iskander, just as he sees this thing, he kind of backs away suddenly in surprise and fright. More startled than anything. He's not exactly the experienced combatant that you are, although clearly highly trained. It's clear that he doesn't quite have the same actual field experience that you have, being somewhat of an academic more than an adventuring mercenary like you are. But as these vines reach up and surround this, he manages to spring into action after that half-second of startled hesitation, draws his scimitar and rushes up to this statue and makes his attack at advantage. Yeah! 25 will hit, and he gets his sneak attack because he has advantage. An additional 20. Jeez. Woof, you need to spec into this. You need to spec into this subclass. Yeah. He rushes up with that scimitar and just with a sweep lops its head off. The head comes separated from its body and its arms fall limply. And it remains restrained by the vines, but appears to be completely dead and unmoving. And as soon as the vines kind of retract from it, the stone body crumples down, splits down a diagonal rough cut down the midsection and breaks into two pieces, appearing to, in fact, be just inert stone at this point.
Oh, well.
You look behind you, and this statue hasn't moved.
Oh my god. We should get out of here.
So, before we leave, can I? So you said one was a man and one was a woman statue, right? If I pick up, like, can I do an investigate to see if I can tell any differences between the two? Are they just completely like identical, other than the carving of what they are?
The difference between the two statues? Roll an
Just
investigation check.
Okay.
Yep. And I'll let you roll one for both, since you're very specific. You can't perceive any ready differences.
We should probably go. We want to avoid these statues, it seems like.
Right.
That was most distressing to see.
Oh, nice work, Iskander.
Well, thank you.
All right.
I'm actually gonna keep our initiative order.
Okay.
Is it Kurt and not Kirk? So for anybody who doesn't know, so our dear Flutterdye, who is the source of many unique Flutterisms, she keeps on forgetting that Bulbasaur isn't called Bulbasaurus from Pokemon, and we were kind of giving it to her and razzing her a little bit because of that, and then we started to explain Squirtle, and she said, "I wonder what other name we can give Squirtle." Yeah, there it is. And she said Kurt. It's an absolute disaster.
Amazing.
Okay.
A squirty turtle.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, you're in control, both Kiona and Foodle. You could decide if Foodle is still leading the way through, but in the initiative order, this is the order that we're at, with Foodle and Iskander at the bottom for now.
Okay. Kiona's gonna say, "Well, lead the way, Foodle." And she's gonna move up to follow him. And Foodle's gonna sort of sidle past Iskander, 15, 20,
After
25.
you, my small friend.
And then Kiona. Alright. And we're just gonna 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Oop. There we go. I'm like, I can do this. I can count 5 spaces.
Yeah, I know. The joys of running a maze in Roll20 here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What
Oh.
do you think this means, that one of these statues should come to life in this way?
I don't know. I was just thinking maybe I should like listen to see if these ones are moving. Because
Are these
don't-
potentially the island's guardians?
I feel like they must be. Kiona, did you notice anything helpful about the mirror? Kiona's still holding it. Did she notice anything about the mirror or the interaction with the statue in the mirror? Okay. No, I didn't notice a thing. I don't know if it helps, but I'm going to keep it up just in case.
Yes, it
Okay.
is most curious, isn't it?
Boodle's gonna listen to see if he can hear any, like, stone scraping on stone, the sound of these statues moving. Because he knows that there's some up here.
Roll a perception check.
Okay. That's I was like, I've got a higher bonus than that. That's Kiona's. 18.
18. You hear nothing but the gentle, wet slapping of the non-Newtonian aquasand waves on the island shore, and the faint rustle of wind passing through the hedges and the trees. There are a few little tweets of birds as they fly and they flutter around overhead. Nothing that sounds like stone scraping against stone or any other surface, though.
I don't hear anything. I think we're in the clear. Just to be safe, though, I can see that far one. Once I get in, close enough, I'm gonna keep my eyes on this one. That way, we've got eyes on both of them. Okay, Iskander?
I think a very good idea.
Okay. Foodle's gonna go 5, 10, and he's gonna make sure he's keeping his eyes on this guy. 15, 20, and he's gonna like sort of sidle backwards.
Iskander walks up to this statue and kind of gets like right up and cups his chin like this, narrowing his eyes. Wonder what kind of magic could animate pure stone in this fashion. Have you seen magic of this sort before in your travels, my friends?
I don't think so. Nah, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this. Yeah, I feel like we've seen a lot, but this is something new. Okay, I'm gonna walk forward. You guys keep your eyes peeled on these statues.
Before we go forward, is there anything with this alcove, or it's just a little weird?
Yeah, this is a hedge wall right here. So
Okay.
yeah, there's no, yeah.
Okay, I'm just double checking. So I think, and she'll actually she'll remove any of the little ties she put going down that way, and might
All
just
right.
like,
So she's picking up her breadcrumbs. Yeah.
yeah. And if there's any like little rocks or something, she may just put one down on the ground to show that they went that way.
Okay.
Actually, okay, what would you say as a GM if as they're going, she's multitasking now. Can she have her book out and try and live map, as like, obviously doesn't have a top down view, but like try and mark the turns as they go, like on her little piece of paper with charcoal?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, like make your own map sort of thing.
Just as they go along.
Sure.
Okay.
That's a good idea, Mazra. I'll say. Okay, everyone ready? 5.
Yes, let us proceed.
Kiona's watching this one as she goes.
Oop.
Oh wait, did I? Oh yeah, you're behind. Okay. And now she's gonna turn around because she's assuming Mazra was watching the back.
Mhm.
1, 2, 3. Oh, another.
So you can see from here, I believe what you can see. Yeah, looking at this. All right, I've got to look at my other non-DM screen to see where exactly the light cuts off. So there is a space in the hedges right here. There's the path that you're currently on turns to the left here. It also turns to the left here, with a further turn to the right over here, and what looks like a set of stairs leading downward right here.
Mazra, do you remember? Was the building that we saw? Was it sort of up above the gardens? Maybe we should. I see some stairs.
I think so.
Okay. All right. Let's try it.
So how much higher are the hedges than us? They're like, what do you say? They're like 10 feet,
They're-
20 feet?
They're like a good like 20 feet. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I spotted a statue.
So.
So she's gonna put a marking here on this corner, and then just
Okay. So you see this set of stairs. There's just a couple steps leading down onto another grass pathway. This one leading, so far the paths have been fairly straight with perpendicular corners onto those point. This path is round. Kind of a round path traveling this way, and you've got you can kind of have a line of sight of a couple gaps here and then here, almost as if there's sort of some concentric circles flowing out from a center point. That's probably somewhere over here somewhere.
Mazra, Foodle's going to wave his hands sort of like this, and he's going to toss out a piece of fleece and create what he can see right about here, so that these three can sort of get a glimpse of what Foodle can see. Mazra, I'm tempted to just... I want to see as little of this maze as possible. I'm tempted to just keep heading, this way, and Foodle's gonna kind of like put like a sign down, like right about here in his little 3D diagram image. What do you think? Or should we? I don't know. I mean, it's a maze. It could be any of these
true.
side passages.
We were relatively close to. So, sorry, out of character. When we approached the front of the maze and we kind of saw the entrance, and I'm assuming we kind of saw the front edge. Did the maze, either from a distance or here, did it look like it like went outwards, or did we actually see like how wide it was?
Well, are you asking about the distance between the entrance to the maze to the terrace where the mansion is located?
No, more like if we were approaching it from the front, was the walls, the outside walls that we saw in the front, as wide as the whole maze is, or do we not know that?
Yeah, well, from your perspective, as you were approaching the island, the maze goes all the way around the island.
Okay.
Now, there appeared to be, as you pulled up, a few different entrances. So whether this is all one continuous maze or several mazes in sort of different sort of pie slice sectors of this maze donut.
Well, as she's looking at it, she's going to suggest that I don't think going back that way, and she kind of gestures towards this area, because that seems to be back towards the front wall. So that may be the best. So I think she might try and sidle around Kiona and Iskander and just peer here.
Okay.
Or can she move that? Can they like momentarily occupy? Okay.
Yeah.
So she's assuming this is a square, but she'll say that there is a turn to the left. So I would think either go left or go into this circle here.
Okay. Well, I tend to want to stick to the grass myself. What do you think, Iskander? Or, I don't know. Maybe you, Kiona? Oh gosh,
It is a most difficult solution, isn't it? This is quite the puzzle, quite the conundrum.
Yeah.
Personally, I am liking it. I am enjoying myself here, I must say.
It is beautiful.
It is very much so.
And hey, nobody got hurt except that poor statue.
Well, and so far only one statue has come to life and attempted to murder us. Well, but can we even say? Perhaps it was simply seeking to shake our hands or embrace us.
Well, you could test that if you want.
No, I rather think I should not take the risk.
Yeah. Well, I tend to. Foodle, I know you like the forest and all, but I think we should follow Mazra. She seems to have good instincts for these things. I mean, she's making a map and everything. Okay, yeah, I think you're right. Maybe we should go the other way. Okay. Foodle's gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yoop. Oh, okay, somebody keep your eyes on the statue. 5,
Which statue are you keeping your eyes on?
this one here.
Oh, that one there.
Yeah,
Okay,
Foodle's
hold
told
on.
somebody to keep their eyes on this one.
Let me make sure. Let me make sure the camera is keeping up with you guys. Okay, perfect.
All right. Okay. Wait, is that? Yeah, that's correct. Okay.
Yep.
Sir will watch
And you
it.
see another the pathway sort of curve to the left up here.
There's another bend here.
What's it look like down there?
I don't know. It's not looking very promising. Oh,
These
maybe.
pathways may double back upon themselves and
Yeah.
lead to a more fortuitous position.
Wait, Ma's just gonna stay here and watch
Ooh.
until they go around the corner, and then she'll catch up.
Kiona's. I'll stick with Mazra. She's.
We
gonna
need
stay
to
at
make
that
sure we
corner.
don't get separated, though. Don't go too far.
Agreed. I'm just gonna poke my
Yes.
head around the corner here.
Yes, a wise strategy. And you see,
Hmm.
standing by a little pond is a statue kneeling with his hand kind of dipping into the water. And you see some like goldfish, like large koi goldfish, kind of swimming around, weaving in and out of his hand.
Well, there's another statue here. And it looks like maybe it keeps going. What do you
Yes,
think? Double
there-
back the way we came, or?
Appears to
Let's-
be a passage this way here.
Let's
Yeah.
at least see where it goes.
Okay, alright. So Kiana will come on over. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And Iskander is walking. You hear a splash of water and a sudden, "Yah!" as the statue's hand branches up out of the water and clocks Iskander right across the jaw, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to close that.
Oh no!
I closed a tab that I shouldn't have closed. Okay.
Oh no!
We
That's
back.
not
We
good.
back though. We back.
Okay,
We back. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh. Here we go.
God, what
You love
is
it.
this
You love it.
music?
You love it.
No.
Define love.
Yeah.
Okay. I need to add this one to the initiative order. It's actually going to go right here. All right. Kiona is up first.
Oh gosh, that's right. Ooh, Kiona is going to. Jeez, what is Kiona gonna do? She's gonna use her rope dart. She's got her rope dart. She's gonna pull that out. She's gonna start swinging it around and try to smack this thing. Is there a certain select or I just click it probably? I think it's got a couple different attacks, but I don't know. Oh god.
Yeah, that's the normal.
Oh, okay. I think it has a dazzle, but I was just trying to deal damage, so hopefully that's right.
Yeah, so that was a critical fail. So she whips out with her rope dart of multiplication, and it just pings off of the statue's rocky hide.
Oh wait, no. No. Oh bother. No, she doesn't say that. Anyway, she's gonna be annoyed. All right. And I don't think she's gonna move. Yeah, that's the one. No, she's gonna stay right there, I think. Yeah. Yeah, playing Kiona as well goes. It's
And
messing with me.
In fact, Kiona is so frustrated that she feels welling up within her that familiar sense of her magic going wild, and thanks to Party's generosity last time, she experiences a wild magic surge. So this wild magic surge brought to you by Party 716. If you would like to, if you're feeling generous and you would like to interact with the stream by using your bits, check out the link that was posted about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chat lines above for a menu. This is a wild magic surge. This is a community's favorite. Kiona, being a wild magic sorcerer, sometimes has some weird things that happen. So
29, so not
29.
anything ending in a 0.
yeah.
You teleport up to 60 feet
Yep.
to an unoccupied space of your choice that you can see.
Okay. That
Okay.
might actually turn out well for you because
That's really good.
You can't leave this thing's threat range without invoking an attack of opportunity. But if Kiona suddenly boop, and reappears somewhere else,
Thank you, party!
thank you so much, Party.
She's going to kind of frustratedly panic and just goes boop.
What happened to?
Oh!
I'm so frustrated by my camera setup right now.
What? Oh god.
Oh yeah. So
Oh,
by the
no.
way, when Kiona bamfs back here, there are 2 more statues walking towards you, just groaning as they silently and stiffly march forward.
Well, that is Kiona's turn. Oh my
Okay.
geckos.
And now all of them are gonna act on their turn. Thank you, AJ. This one that clocked Iskander and dropped him to the ground is going to let me I need to pull up my sheet. Oh my goodness. It is going to reach down and attempt to plunge its claws into Iskander. So it's gonna roll. Ooh.
Oh!
There you go, and check that effect out. So that is a hit. Iskander takes 4 damage. and he needs to succeed on a Constitution saving throw, DC 12, or he begins to turn to stone.
Oh no.
He begins to turn to stone.
Is that like a condition?
He is restrained until the end of his next turn, when it must repeat the saving throw. The effect ends if the second save is successful. Otherwise, he is turned to stone for 24 hours. So Iskander is restrained per the same condition that Foodle inflicted on somebody else. Friends, something strange is happening to me. This next one, 5, 10, 15, makes a claw attack on Kiona. 12. Does a 12 hit Kiona?
She dodges out of the way.
All right, so Kiona, she can just see, glancing over at Iskander, seeing this kind of flecks of stone kind of appear on his skin and on top of his clothing, as he's slowly being turned, almost like the stone is spreading across him. Realizes these things are dangerous, much more dangerous than they initially appeared, and she just dodges out of the way as this thing's claws rake out at her. The next one, 5, 10, 15, 20, stops there and makes a sweep attack against Mazra. Mazra 12 does not hit. Okay, so Mazra, you easily sort of parry away this claw swipe with one of your daggers with Ren, let's say, knock it away, and you are up. Foodle's on deck.
Okay. Question. I forget this. If Iskander is he's restrained, right? I assume that does not, like, she can't get advantage with that, right? I assume.
No. With him
Although,
being restrained, yeah.
Does it count if he's
He can
within
still
range
attack
though?
at disadvantage, right?
He can
I don't
still
know.
attack at disadvantage.
Because basically,
I'm gonna allow it. I'm gonna allow it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Because I think the flanking doesn't matter. It's as long as there's someone within 5 feet.
Yeah, it's
still-
if he's fully, like, it's not restrained, but it's like if he's fully, like, wrapped up and can't make attacks at all.
So
He's getting
she
sluggish.
will disengage from this one here, and then move here, and then try and attack this one right here.
Okay.
Wait, did you say advantage or not on that? Sorry.
Yes, advantage. Yeah.
Okay.
Because he is capable of making attacks on it,
Okay.
and he's not targeting anybody else.
Okay.
So an 18 hits.
Okay. And do you
Your
consider
sneak
that
attack.
sneak attack? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
just
If you get advantage, it's a sneak attack automatically. Well, once per turn. Okay. Yeah, you drive your knife into its shoulder and completely lever off one of its arms. You
Okay.
just like
It.
one of its arms just on the floor.
Can I tell? Oh, sorry. I don't know why. I didn't mean to click that. Can I? Sorry.
And then you pull a rabbit out of your hat.
For his next pick.
Can I tell how, like, is it like looking really hurt, or is it just seems like it's?
It's looking quite damaged. It doesn't demonstrate pain in quite the same
Okay.
way. As
Well, she's
other
gonna
creatures.
try and smite it as well.
Okay.
So
shit.
she gets I tried to organize this so bad. 2d8. Okay.
Oh,
Oh, heck yeah. And when you channel the divine energy of your ancestors into this thing, the blade of the knife is wreathed in holy fire that spreads across this thing's body, and it's just blasted away into dust and little pebbles raining on the floor. Right. Is that it? You have a bonus action?
She can move. I think she'll stay here to kind of protect Iskander, just to make sure that he's okay.
Okay. Alright. Foodle, you're up.
Alright, Foodle's going to rush forward 5, 10, 15. Oh wait, what's a Skander's thing? Maybe he'll go here. And he's going to reach into the bag and light up a quick smoke with his bonus action.
Oh, Nobo. Nobo.
Oh, God.
Here it is.
This is such
Alright.
a bad idea.
What is it?
19!
Do you see it?
I don't know.
Can you? I don't
What?
remember if you can see it.
I
The
can't
only
see
can.
what any effect.
Okay, you can't see the table. Okay. Discord just closed. Am I still here, stream?
Wait, what?
What?
Oh no, ghost.
What
Ghost.
happened?
Oh
Can you hear me?
no! Yeah.
Yeah?
What happened?
Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
don't know.
Okay,
Sorry,
Megan can
sorry,
hear everyone.
chat. Are we? Am I still live? I guess I must be.
You're not like sharing your screen with us. Maybe that's the
No,
issue.
no, my Discord pop-out window just closed.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
This is
Discord,
some
please.
epic music set to set to some. Okay, are we all
Oh,
in the
there
right
you are,
spot?
okay.
Okay.
Oh, nice. Okay.
No such luck yet, Shagraz. Discord rolled a nat 1. Yeah, vinyl. Heck yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay. A puff of this smoke leaf casts fairy fire in a 20-foot cube centered on Foodle. Now,
Oh, wait.
this is very interesting. Mazra,
Wait.
Yes.
am I able to put this in chat somehow?
Oh no, fairy fire.
There we go.
It may be
This
in the
is bullshit.
search the compendium.
Yeah. Well, I can search the compendium. I want to show it to everybody on stream. So each object in a 20-foot cube within range is outlined in blue, green, or violet light. Green for sure. Any creature in the area when the spell is cast is also outlined in light if it fails a dexterity saving throw. For the duration, objects and affected creatures shed dim light in a 10-foot radius. Any attack roll against an affected creature or object has advantage if the attacker can see it, and the affected creature or object can't benefit from being invisible.
Nobo, what have you done? 15, 20. Oh god, it's literally all of us.
Yeah.
Or wait,
It's
no.
also
Is it?
It's also these guys. You have to roll a dexterity save. though.
Right.
So Iskander rolls a dexterity save at disadvantage in this case.
Oh god.
So
Now, it's a
Iskander
magical
rolls
effect.
15.
Oh my
What's your
goodness.
what's your spellcasting DC? We need to set a spellcasting DC for the pouch. But
Poodles
what's
is
Foodles?
13.
13? Okay, that's the number we'll use. Okay, so Iskander saved, so Iskander is not fairy fired.
Oh.
Oh, this one double crit failed. So it rolled a -2. And this one succeeded. So this one is wreathed in fairy fire. Let's put the smoke leaf symbol on it. There we go. Everybody else, including Foodle, you need to roll dexterity saves.
Okay. Foodle got a 19. 12 plus 7.
Yep, you're good.
Oh, sorry about that advantage.
That's okay. That's okay.
Oh, and
Just
I guess
take the first roll.
Is Kiona in
so-
range as well?
Yep. Kiona is
Okay.
also... Well, is Kiona in range? Is 20 feet, centered on Foodle. Kiona is.
Shit. Okay. Oh!
Oh, she made it.
Success.
So I think it's only this one that actually failed.
Yeah.
So that's good. That's good.
Okay, that was actually
right.
beneficial. Thank you, Nobo.
So Foodle
My God.
hitting that magical smoke leaf.
And he's going to point gimbal shot at the shiny one, and at advantage, he's
At
going to
advantage.
fire a shot here. Oh shit! That's pretty good. You know what?
Okay.
Foodle is going to
Now remember-
use a...
Well, it doesn't actually apply in this case because you maxed out your first roll. But we have this we have this house rule now that your first roll is at max damage on a crit. Remember that we changed that.
Right.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
we now have a house rule chat because we were feeling like crits weren't hitting as hard as they should have
Yeah.
been. And so both players and our foes, first damage roll on crit is automatically maximum. The second one is variable damage. So 16 plus 7, you line this thing up in your sights, pull the trigger, and boom, it's dust. And the one beside it is just buffeted in pebbles and rocks, and like a big chunk of leg slaps it in the shoulder, the one that's advancing on Kiona, and it just kind of jostles a bit, but doesn't seem to notice while it's still taking its swipes at Kiona. Move action, Foodle.
So he's got 15, 5, 10, 15. Nah, that's his turn. He's gonna release gimbal shot to let it reload.
Okay. Iskander has to make his second Constitution save in order to not get turned to stone for the day. He fails. Iskander is like uttering like and he is just solid stone statue, his face contorted into an appearance of fear.
Ghost, hold on. I think Kiona has something for this.
Not at this stage, she doesn't.
And left to.
I don't think we have
no,
anything that...
Oh, yeah. Oh no, she can bend luck.
Because I'm still learning her stuff.
Yeah,
D4. I think he'd have to, she'd have to roll a 4.
yeah. Go for it.
Oh,
Go
she's
for
gonna
it.
do it.
Okay.
I think Flutter would do it. So that's 2 sorcery points. Oh, God, we have to max roll this shit.
She absolutely would do that.
All right, here goes. Oh wait, but it's Kiona, so we're not using that. We're gonna use a D4, which we'll just roll it here. / roll D4. Come on, come on. No.
Look, bend luck on your bend luck roll.
Christ.
Fuck's sake. No.
Does this count as a disease?
Does this count as a disease? No, it does not. It is magical in nature. Iskander
Is it a
is
poison?
officially stoned.
Oh my god, is
Nope.
this where we leave a Skander?
poison.
Oh no! How are we gonna get him out of this? Holy shit.
All right, Iskander is out of the battle.
It's like 24 hours.
You don't know that in character, but yes, that's what the,
I meant out
that's
of
what the
character, yeah.
card said. Yeah, 24 hours.
Oodle's gonna turn and shoot the Skander statue. I'm just kidding. Alright, Kiona's up.
just remove him from the game.
He's out of here. He's become one of them. Okay, so Kiona.
Kiona is up.
Oh god. How do we? What happens if she casts a spell in melee?
Nothing. No, we allowed it.
Okay. And
It's
she's got
ranged,
Warcaster
it's
anyway,
ranged
so I can't-
attacks. Yeah, if you attempt a ranged attack.
Oh, okay.
on melee, you
Right.
risk
So it affects Foodle, but probably not
Yeah.
necessarily.
Which
Kiona,
is not
she's
rules
got-
as written, chat. That's a house rule.
Yeah. I just thought it made sense. Okay.
Yeah.
She is going to. What does Lightning Bolt do? She's got this Wand of Lightning Bolts. If I use one charge, how many d6 do I roll? Do you happen to know?
If you Wand of Lightning Bolt, it's
Yeah.
the spell Lightning Bolt. If you look it up in the compendium.
Okay.
Um,
Third level. Okay.
Here, I'll
okay.
throw the Wand of Lightning Bolts. I can actually show this to you. Here we go. I'll show the players.
So she's
and
gonna-
it tells you how many dice you roll. Did it actually show it to players? It's not on the camera account. Do you guys see it?
Oh, weird.
Why is this not working?
I don't know.
Okay, it is. It has 7 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend 1 or more charges and cast Lightning Bolt. Spell save DC 15 from it. For 1 charge, you cast a 3rd level version of the spell, which is regular.
Okay.
So that is at standard. It is 8d6.
Oh shit. Okay, so she's gonna use one charge and lightning bolt this thing.
Okay. And it is a dexterity save, which these things are very bad at. Definitely fails that. And there's this scintillating ray as it raises its claw to attack Kiona again. She kind of just like points this lightning rod, like instinctively covers her face to ward off the attack, and the rest of you just see this arc of lightning shoot out from the tip of the wand and breathe this thing in tendrils of electricity, and then boom, it just blows up in a scatter of sand and pebbles and stones.
Oh no! Iskander, are you okay? Iskander, can you hear me?
Iskander
Photo's
says,
like looking up at Iskander, motionless body.
if we might, I think this is where we're going to take a really quick break. I'll give
Okay.
I'll give you guys some time to think about what you're going to do with Iskander. I'll set us to
my
the chatting
God.
screen. I'll be back in a moment.
Oh no! Do we have anything? I don't think we have anything
No,
for this.
I looked and tried to see if I could use stuff, but I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, that's so awkward. Does Kiona have like dispel magic? No. Oh, bother. Do we have duct tape? Oh, sorry, Megan. I was not reading chat. Hold on. Spell to fix this would be greater restoration. If it wears off in 24 hours, it's probably worth waiting. Yeah, we definitely don't have it. The thing is, Foodle wouldn't know that. Maybe, I guess maybe Kiona might know. I know, Megan does her best to try and help us. She can only do so much. Yeah, AJ, she's actually been a guest twice. She's got two, I would argue, well-beloved characters. Afima, who's like this. A bunch of orcs thought that she was like an evil witch in the forest, but she's like a... What's the class? Warlock. She's a warlock with like a fae patron, and she's like a grandma. She's like the cutest grandma you've ever met. She's amazing. Mine would be a crate. Hell yeah, dude. That'd be fun. And then she also made this really awesome. He was like higher level than us, so he was extra awesome. But he was like was he a paladin?
Mhm.
Okay. And he like he helped us make sure that we stopped like some horrible ritual like down in the sewers or whatever. So, calling a woman a grandma. Well, she was like she had like the old like, oh, now children, sort of the old, I don't know, it was super cute. She's amazing. That's it.
She was definitely a granny.
She was amazing. I can't remember.
Yeah,
I
I
thought we
don't-
had
I
a
don't think
command
I,
for it.
Yeah, I do have a command for it, but it's not working right now. Something. My Megan command got all messed up, and the fix for the Megan command broke the sound command.
Oh, right. Damn.
I might set it to be like a redeem through blurb or something. Which, whatever, we don't have blurb right now. Yeah, I know. We need a lot of help.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
That's why we need Flutter too. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
Yeah, so Darfin did not help you stop the ritual in the sewers. That was Shagraz, Shadeheart. Darfin was in your new player house, helped you exorcise the spirit that was trapped in the basement. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it was like 10 rounds of hell. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
it was insanity.
And,
That was terrifying.
and the character is probably so unrecognizable to you because the only paladin you've seen so far in the game is Woof at level 1. Woof at like level 1 paladin multiclass versus like an actual like level 13 paladin with, you know, all the moves, the oath abilities and everything. Hey Rift War, how's it going?
Yeah, Darfin had like a really sweet aura. Like Darfin told Foodle to stick close to him, and Foodle was like, "Oh, okay." And yeah, it was really nice.
So Rift War TV came over from, I think, a raid from Paytop Skidlybot, who is a VTuber. And in that raid, somebody made a comment about like, you know, oh man, raided a non-VTuber, and I was like, what are you talking about? I am a VTuber. And just like a VTuber avatar that costs like $1 billion or something like that. And Rift War says, why'd you make a VTuber avatar of a hipster? And I was like, oh man.
That's amazing. That's incredible.
I appreciated it so much. I appreciated it so much.
Amazing. Oh,
Man, Riftwar, how are you doing? Okay. Waka Waka. Oh my god. And I love the Muppets. I love the Muppets so much. You watch that Muppets Haunted Mansion. It's so short, but it's like it's fun. It's fluff. It's pure fluff, but it's a fun little show.
nice.
Making an emote. Nice. What is it an emote of? Do you have some emotes, or do you do commissions for people? Is it a crate?
These are the important questions.
Cat bongos. Nice.
Oh, nice.
You know, AJ, it is theoretically possible to play a sentient crate in D&D. You would just be a mimic. Mimic who is
Oh, yeah.
you know, not actually a crate, but a creature that takes the form of other objects, including a crate. Is when you take a cat and play the bongos with it.
I'm concerned. Oh,
Oh yeah, excellent.
okay.
Nice. Well, I don't know.
That's
I don't
gonna
know
be
how the
super
cat
cute.
feels. Wolf, can you demonstrate?
What?
Can you demonstrate taking one of your cats and gently but vigorously tap them like bongos?
I can try. There's
Let's
one
see
down
it.
here.
Let's see it.
Let's
Here's
see
the
if she'll
content
come.
you came for, chat.
Yeah.
Let's see.
She may not.
No.
Okay, wait. What am I
Alright.
doing?
Well, Riftwar
Gently
says
tapping.
that cat bongos is when you gently but vigorously tap them like bongos.
There.
Well, there you go.
I'm gently but vigorously tapping.
She looks very impressed.
She doesn't care.
there was a moment of wait, what the hell is he doing to me? And then
Nope.
and
There we
now
go.
I'm done.
Oh,
You do it on streams. Heck yeah, Riftwar. I feel like am I following you, Riftwar? I better be. You're here. I am following you. I am indeed. Okay. Good. Just making sure. All right, friends. Are we ready to continue here?
yeah.
Heck yeah. All right.
I guess.
So coming back to the game here. Poor Iskander is officially stoned.
But
How
not
can
in a
I
good
how can I
way.
represent this? This'll do. There we go. So Iskander has been petrified by one of the statues. Over to you.
Well, Foodle had been sort of looking up and pleading for Iskander to say something or move, but obviously Iskander doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
And
Skander responds with silence.
right. And Kiona's gonna come down and take a look and say, oh god, what did she say? Oh my, this can't be good at all. Mazra, have you ever seen anything like this before?
I think so.
Is he gonna be okay? Mazra, take a like. This must be something we can tell. What happened to him?
I mean, he's stone.
Fudo's gonna like tap on his leg.
Solid stone. It's like tuk, 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 tuk.
Oh no!
Um,
Is he dead?
figure out if we can figure out if he's dead.
Roll a medicine check. Or an arcana check. Jeez,
Oh,
20.
shit.
Arcana, because my medicine is bad. It's really bad.
Based on your some of the research that you've done in the in Undrelor's library, inside of his little pocket dimension at the Unbroken Circle's home base, you came across some readings about creatures such as this that were well, you don't know much about them, but in any case, they're creatures of living stone that in turn polls are not updating for chat. Okay, that should be now. Sorry about that. Creatures of living stone that in turn are themselves able to turn other creatures into stone with their mere touch, but only temporarily. And in observed cases, the victim made a full physical recovery after 24 to 30 hours.
Is he gonna attack us too?
I don't think so. I think it's just he's stuck this way for a while. Like a whole day at least.
Oh no.
He should be okay.
Oh. Oh, well, I guess at least he's not dead. Oh no. I guess. Okay, Iskander, stay right here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. We'll be back for you. We're not going anywhere.
Do we know that we're gonna get back in 24 hours?
I mean, I don't know, but I'm not going to leave without him.
So what she's going to do
Or did-
is she's
what's
gonna.
that?
Oh, sorry.
Was that in character? I don't know.
Yes, that was.
Okay.
While they're waiting there, she's gonna take her. She's gonna pull a page out of her notebook and kind of reproduce the map that she's made so far, and attach it to him. So could she roll it up and like it's like his hand? There's like a hole or something where she could like stick it in his hand or something, or like.
You could probably like wedge it like in between as he's like this. Maybe you wedge it in between a pair of fingers or something.
Right. So she'll do that and probably use a bit of string to try and make sure that it doesn't go anywhere.
Okay.
Good thinking. Good thinking, Mazra.
And also a note that says something like so she'll scrabble a note too that says like you were turned to stone, we had to keep moving, here's a map to get out.
And make sure he knows that we'll come back.
We'll come back. Probably.
Okay. Well,
Do you write it
I
in
think,
parentheses?
I think, I mean, there's nothing for it. We should just keep moving. Kiona will pick up part of the rope.
Because he's like, I'm assuming he's like super heavy now. Like the statue of him is like super heavy.
You could probably like between you and Kiona, you could probably like carry him.
We could carry him out of the maze, but
Should we find the way out first? Probably, rather than lug him wherever, you know.
right. No, I
know
meant back to the place where we came in.
Oh. Yeah. There
How
are
far away? Oh, let's go ahead.
Well, there might be statues back there. I haven't
Yeah.
been keeping track.
How far away did the boat say they were going to dock themselves?
They just said that they would wait, but they're as you entered the maze, they were already pulling back out into the
Right.
Aquasand. They're probably just keeping a safe distance and waiting.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. If anything bad happens, if he breaks, he's done, right? I mean, is that worth the risk?
Well, I'm assuming if we leave him here, any statues will not attack him because he's not moving around. So
Yeah, I hope
I
so.
guess it's probably best then we can keep going.
Yeah.
He can find his way out using that.
Okay. All right. Fudo's gonna pick up a piece of the rope. Same marching order, I guess. Fudo looks up at a scander. As close as we can.
He'll be fine.
Okay. And Fudo's gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Well, it does continue around this way.
Oh, great! So we came over here for nothing.
Yeah.
Hold
Oh.
on. This is not updating.
I
for
don't
some
know. It
reason.
looks familiar, but I don't know for sure.
Okay.
Oh, did you lose like your camera?
Yeah, no, it's working now. It's
Oh,
working
okay,
now.
okay.
I'm just checking the. Yeah, it wasn't live updating, but now it is.
That way the stream can see.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Okay, I guess follow me. Let's hope this works. 5, 10. Oh, another statue. 15. Oh, 2. Should we just, like, shoot them before they attack us?
Couldn't hurt.
Maybe. I don't know.
Are there any like little rocks or stones on the ground?
No, not particularly.
Okay. All right. Well, she'll dig in her bag and pull out a ball bearing and try and throw it at one of these things.
Okay. Which one are you throwing it at?
Wait. Where's the? I can't see whatever the other one is. Oh, okay. I guess this one here.
That one? Okay. Roll a an improvised ranged attack, meaning no proficiency. Basically, roll a dexterity.
Okay.
Just roll a dexterity check.
Okay.
Hey!
Okay. Yeah. So you toss this ball bearing at this thing, at this statue here, and it kind of hits it dead between the eyes and just plink, and then falls with a little soft onto the grassy ground.
Mazra, I can't see anything.
No, but I don't necessarily want to take that as a assurance. So I'll keep an eye behind us.
Okay.
Looks like if we ever try to go back around a corner, these things seem to show up. So
Right. Well, I guess that's my question. I mean, I could just shoot its arm off or something, maybe.
yeah. Well, let's just. I don't want you to waste your bullets.
Okay. Okay.
So let's just keep an eye out, and then we can shoot them as needed.
Okay. All right. 5. Oh, there's another one. 10, 15. Oh wait, no. 10, 15, 20, 25. Buddha's gonna keep his eyes trained on this one here. Oh wait, can Kiona stand in this space?
Yep.
Okay, she'll stand there.
Yep. That's a valid space, but this space is.
I think
the one right next turn.
I think we might have found the way out. I see some more stairs up. Kuna, watch this one while I check. 5, 10, 15.
Hold on though, Food.
Oh, okay. Like all the way back?
I'm gonna move you back there. Yeah.
Okay.
As you are leaving that space, that's right. Hold on. There it is.
No.
Gonna add that initiative. Now, Foodle was the last to go last round. And we're gonna go. Is that correct? It was
I thought
Foodle was
Kiona
the
went
last one
last.
to go? Yeah.
I thought
Kiona went last. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Even better. So these things get to act first. So this one up here gets an opportunity attack, and it has a trait called Cunning Opportunist. It has advantage on attack rolls when it makes an opportunity attack. So it is going to hit you with a claw attack, Foodle. At advantage,
good.
24.
24 will hit.
24 will hit. Okay.
God.
You take 9 slashing damage, and you need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. God. Oh. Dude, I can't ever get these when I'm well, actually, I can't complain. It's a natural 20. For a total of 21. But I can't.
It's a
I was about
natural
to say, I
20,
can't
so
get
you
these
don't get
when I'm
turned to stone like poor Iskander.
I know. Well, I'm glad, but I was totally mistaken. I was about to say that I don't ever get these on attacks, but I literally just got a crit, so I need to shut my damn mouth. Oh.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So you feel almost like the blood in your veins begins to harden, and your muscles begin to solidify, but you're able to fight the feeling back, and you almost feel like whatever grabbed Iskander, whatever force clutched him, momentarily got its hands on you as well, but you managed to shrug it off. That was an op attack. Now it's this one comes to life. Begins advancing on Mazra. 5, 10, 15, 20. And makes a claw attack at Mazra for 11. So that's not going to hit, I assume. No. Okay. Mazra, you're up.
Okay. She will move here and stab this guy.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. And with sneak attack,
Ew, bad roll.
bad roll. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But this thing looks pretty hurt. You stab into it, and where you stabbed into its back, into its side, I guess, because it was facing you, and it's sort of slowly pivoting towards you. You stab it under the arm, in the side, and you can see like a big. You hear a crack of splitting stone. And you see a big spider web of cracked stone emanate out from where your knife is plunged in.
So she will try and do like a offhand.
Okay.
So I assume she gets advantage, but none of the other stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
15's a
Freaking
hit.
full.
15's a hit.
For
No,
advantage.
it's not actually. No,
Oh,
no,
what?
it's not.
No.
Oh. I thought it was, but it's not.
Oh well.
Okay. Oh well, indeed. Okay. So your second attack glances off. You're following that up with one of these, with the knife inverted in your grip, and it just sort of skips off of stone of the female statue's head. That was your bonus action. Anything else?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. The one that attacked you, Foodle, it gets another attack. This one is not at advantage, so it rolled only a 13. This time you were ready for it. Managed to bat away its claw with the butt of Gimbal shot. And it's your turn.
Foodle's gonna do a full spin with that move, and he's gonna swing around and fire at this thing, point blank range. Boop. Oh, that shouldn't be an advantage. But I guess
that's okay.
17.
A 17 is a hit.
Okay. This one isn't damaged though, right?
This one up here, no, it's not.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, the one that hit you is not damaged. No.
Okay. Foodle is going to use his bonus action, and he's going to focus in his mind. He's going to say, help us, Aaron Selch, and he's going to use Second Wind to regain some hit points. And that is the end of his turn.
Okay. And Kiona's up.
Okay, Kiona is going to use the rope dart of multiplication. Let me add these hit points really quick. Okay, there we go. Where's Kiona? Here we go. She's going to attack at advantage this one between her and Mazra. Gonna tag team it. Nice.
Okay. That's at advantage, right?
Yes. Yeah, because they're flanking, right?
Yeah. Well, I suppose either one hits.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is actually enough to destroy it.
Nice work,
Kiona
Mazra.
turns around, hits it with her attack, and it just sort of she manages to strike it right where the spider web had cracked out, and this impact finishes the job and just causes the whole thing to split down the middle and fall to the ground in 2 pieces.
That is Kiona's turn.
Okay, Mazra, you're up.
Okay. So she will she'll come in here, kind of, charge in.
I wasn't sure what that was. Is she like?
Yeah. No. It's just bare knuckle box it, I guess. And just try and kind of just, and I know she doesn't get the flanking, but
Yeah.
does she get the sneak attack because Foodle's there, or because 5 feet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, that is a hit.
Okay.
And
Hey!
that finishes the job. So how do you take this thing out?
I think from what she observed previously when Iskander killed that other one, the first one, she'll aim like right for like the neck part to try and just kind of like, because that seemed to be very effective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And when you hit it in the neck, you cause a crack all the way around the circumference of its neck, and you kind of just lever its head off, and it just crumples to the dirt. Right.
Who has the bag of holding? Poodle, do you have it?
I think Kiona does.
Oh, just Kiona carries it. Masha gets this look in her eye, like she wants to, like she's very tempted to take one of these heads and put it in the bag of holding.
Do you do it?
Sure.
Okay. Hey, you pick up one of the heads, slip it into the bag of holding. It disappears into the pocket dimension. The bag momentarily like swells as this head is dropped into it, and it sort of swells up to the shape of the head, and then shrinks back to its little pocket-sized, like coin bag size.
Amazing how it always stays the same weight. Magic. She'll put it back. Well, I
Let's
hope
get
this
outta
is
here.
the exit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I don't want
agree.
to spend any more time in here than we need to. Y'all lead the way. Okay, 5, 10. Whoop. 1, 2, 3. I hope this is the way out. Oh,
It is not. You see more hedge.
oh no.
I mean, at least we're making progress.
Oh, there's a big one.
And as you enter this area, there's a much larger statue of what almost looks like a almost like a giant or an ogre of some kind.
Shoot it.
Yeah, I mean that's what Foodle's gonna do if he can.
Can
Alright.
since we're not doing anything yet, can Madra like pull out her crossbow and like hold an? She's not really. She's that back here, but
Well, so Foodle
Foodle
as
already
you
shot.
are-
oh, okay,
Sorry.
that's fine. No, that's fine.
Well, as you're taking aim and entering the clearing, the gigantic ogre-like figure that was kind of kneeling on one knee on the ground kind of groans and looks up towards you, and we're gonna hit another initiative. Heck yeah! I love this.
God.
I love this music for this one.
Oh, it's the
This
worst.
is such a good soundscape. This is such a good soundscape.
It really is.
I don't know what you're talking
It
about.
really
This is so
is.
good. All right. Okay, we're going to roll some initiative. All right. Now, Foodle, you can see as you're peeking in here, there's 1, 2, 3 other statues, but they have not moved yet. All right.
Yeah.
Foodle, you take your shot. So roll it, please.
Okay. Sorry, I always try to click the
Yeah.
musket shot to reduce that, but unless I forget.
That is a hit.
Yes. Oh, and okay, Foodle wants to use a superiority dice to force it to. He's gonna shoot it in the leg to see if he can knock it prone.
Okay.
So it's gonna make a strength save.
Okay. Let's do strength save. Oh, 24.
Oh, this one on the superiority dice. 24. Okay, so it saves. Oh, and it does it. I'll double check, but it might do it at advantage. Yeah. Anyway, so it's good.
Yep.
So an
Yeah.
extra 1 damage for 15.
So you
and
aim to
that's-
trip this thing as it's slowly grinding to its feet. Gimbal shot cracks out, wham, right through its leg and out the other side. And you can see that it's done damage. It's blown a chunk right out of the leg, but it moves as if you haven't even done anything to it, as if it's been nothing more than a stiff breeze. Move action, bonus action.
Little's going to use his bonus action to activate the bracers, and the leaves are going to start, as Gimbal Shot's reloading, they're going to start weaving around Gimbal Shot and around his arms and wrists. He's going to cast Ensnaring Strike. He's going to use his action surge. He's going to call upon the power of Aaron Selch as leaves and flowers explode out of him. And he's going to fire once again at this big guy. And double check here. No. Okay. So it needs to make a strength saving throw at advantage.
Okay. gets advantage, so
Yeah.
15.
15. Ah, shoot. Okay.
Yeah. So
And-
vines are
oh!
sprout out from the bullet and try to, as it hits it, try to ensnare it, wrap around its arms, but it just kind of moves its limbs and just snaps the vines like they were string. I see that, extra 5 damage, thank you.
I almost forgot Colossus there. And
Yep.
that is Foodle's turn.
Okay, Kiona's up.
I don't know if he wants to move in, really. I don't think so. Can Kiona squeeze through?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. She
Kiona's
can
gonna
move through.
go here.
And she is going to pull out the Wand of Lightning Bolts. And she is going to try to hit both this guy and this one.
And which one? Top or bottom?
This one behind
Top.
it, top, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
And she's going to expend 5. Yeah, 5 charge. Wait, how does this thing work? Hold on.
You have 7 charges for the day to start with.
Right, but how many d8s do I get for if I expend
Standard
5?
lightning bolt spell. So
1d6
regular
for
lightning
each
bolt
slot of the
is
third.
8d6, and then you can upcast it. Each additional charge you spend adds 1d6 to that.
Okay, maybe she's not going to do 5. That seems... Okay,
Yeah,
she's
so you
going to
get
do...
8d6 for 1 charge.
So she's going to use 2 charges.
Okay. Make sure to keep track, because if you use all 7 charges, the wand disappears into ash.
Yeah, similar to my ammo, I'm making sure
Yep.
that I'm tracking this. Okay, so
You don't
2
want to do
charges
that
and
while
s-
Flutter's away.
No, oh my god, she would kill me. Okay, so level 4, there we go.
Okay.
So 36 damage.
So 36 damage.
But apparently,
now,
according to the description,
some
it's a DC
dexterity
15.
save. Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
so the wand itself has a DC.
Okay.
Oh, it crit on its save.
Oh, no.
So 36 divide by 2 is 15, 16, 17, 18.
Ah.
All right. So this gigantic statue seems to have be much more nimble than you expected. It actually drops its shoulder and dodges, and you see the tracks of lightning blast off chunks of rock from its back and then hit the statue behind it, and instantly just explodes it into dust and rubble.
Wow,
Whether
I
or
didn't
not-
expect him to be so lithe.
Whether or
That's her
not
turn.
that other statue was actually a living one, he will never know.
He ain't taking that chance.
Yep.
All right, and that's
Mazu,
her
you're up.
Okay. She is going to, as she is back here and she hears Foodle and Kiona start to engage whatever this thing is, she's going to use a bonus action to cast that, and
Raffle Smite, okay?
yeah. So she will move. So this may be a little bit janky. So is this kind of like a space, or is that like tight?
Yeah, they're in a 1x1 space here.
Okay.
So these are hedges.
All right.
Yeah.
So she'll try
Do
and
you have
kind of
line of sight on this space here?
right.
And
So
you do have
she'll
the
like
capability to move there.
yeah. She'll try and scoot past like.
Okay.
So I know that will take a little extra,
Okay. Yep.
and then she'll move in. And is this striking, or I assume
That is striking. Yep.
right? And then she'll attempt to strike this guy.
Okay.
on Mazra.
No advantage.
Right.
That's a hit. That's a hit.
Okay. So then that does an extra 1d6.
6. Let's see it.
And
yeah,
then-
4.
It has to do. Is this a creature?
It is a creature, yeah.
So it has to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Get
Does,
a Mazra!
I will tell
I
you
can't-
right now, as a construct, this statue is immune to psychic damage and immune to being frightened. I'm sorry. I know. I know. Right
This-
idea.
this fucking guy.
Fantastic
This fucking
strategy. Fantastic strategy, but it's not actually like a living creature. It's a creature
It's not your
according to the
fault.
rules of D&D when you talk about targeting a creature. But you feel the psychic energy of your wrathful smite flow into it, and just kind of it's like a breeze on its face.
that's one of those things where it's like it almost seems like fear and stuff is useless later in the game because like when I was looking at monsters for that encounter, it's like immune to fear, immune to fear, immune to fear, and I'm like,
There's a lot that are. There's a
yeah,
lot
I'm
that
like,
are,
what's
yeah.
the point?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so she will so I think so does this count as like double terrain? Although she gets that she's wearing those boots, or no, she has mobile, so rough
Yeah.
terrain counts
This is not
as
rough
regular.
terrain right now. No, this is regular terrain. Yeah.
All right, so-
Cobbled floor.
But I meant from moving across these. So I think she's gonna actually like
moving through your friends.
right.
I think that kind of. I don't remember if it's rough terrain or what. But
she gets-
it doesn't matter because it doesn't matter for you though. So it's a
Right.
moot point. Yeah.
So she's gonna try and because I mean
She's gonna dip back out.
yeah because I
Nope.
mean she's gonna be in the way if
Yeah.
Fudo's gonna shoot. So
Yeah. Okay. This guy trumps up towards you, just tromping on the ground. Boom. 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 It actually crashes straight through this hedge and like demolishes the hedge with a sweep of the gigantic stone greatsword in its hand, just hacks the hedge apart, raises it over its head, and brings it down on Fudo, making a slam attack. Ooh, crit fails. Foodle, you managed to like just avoid it as it boom, and it lodges into the ground. Okay. Meanwhile, behind it, another statue. You can see this other statue come to life and start to move past it like this. Start to move up behind it, walking towards you. And then Foodle, you're up.
That's what you get for destroying nature.
And Fudo's gonna grab Gimbal Shot that's been reloading, and he's going to fire. Well, actually, hold on. He's gonna bonus action cast Ensnaring Strike, and then he's gonna fire Gimbal Shot. Boop. Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
And if that hits, he does that as well.
Okay. Yeah, this thing is starting to look pretty beat up. There's chunks. You've blown off like half of its head with that shot. Some cracks are starting to form on its body. It looks like it's taken a lot of punishment. Anything else, Foodle?
Yes. It needs to make a strength saving throw at advantage to avoid
Okay.
getting ensnared.
Strength 21.
Okay. Worth a shot.
more vines sprout out from where the bullet like blasted half of its head off. More vines are starting to spread out, lash onto its arm, and it just pulls its arm up and snaps them.
Ah, this thing's too big. Okay, so Kiona. Ooh. She's flicking that one more time. Just one charge. And she's just aiming right here. Gonna hit both of these,
Okay.
hopefully.
Hit both of them.
Lightning bolt. Level 3.
Saves.
Oh.
DC is 15, right? Okay.
Yeah.
This guy succeeds again.
What? This guy's so freaking nimble.
Shagraz, you goblin. This one behind it fails, so this one is moving up, trudging up behind it just in time for the lightning bolt to come and just dash it apart. Instantly destroyed by this lightning bolt. That wand of lightning bolts is holy.
It's
We all know
ridiculous.
the answer to
Why ever cast it above level 1? Like, it's so good.
Yeah.
It's just level 3.
At higher levels
Oh.
of play,
True.
you might want the extra d6s. What was that? 32? That's 16 damage because it once again manages to maneuver, twist itself around, just so that the lightning scores across its chest, blasting out huge chunks of rock, but not seeming to do as much damage as hoped. Anything else from Kiona?
I think that's her turn.
Okay, Mazur, you're up. This thing is looking very hurt.
Okay, so she will. This maybe. Could she kind of like? Could she move here and try and stab it, or is it just too tight of
No, you're
quarters
already
there?
you're already within striking range diagonally.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
This
cool.
this square is part of the creature.
Yeah. Okay, and okay. Yeah, so she'll try and stab it.
Oh,
Pretty decent.
Oh, that's a
actually
hit.
really nice. Okay.
That's a
we
hit.
all
Um,
are. I can't remember the last time I got a crit on an attack.
Are you allowing sneak attack in this situation?
Yep. Yep.
Boodle and Kiona are messing
Decent.
this thing up.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Hell yeah!
Okay. Is that your turn?
Yes. Wait. No, because I get a bonus action because I didn't use my.
You do get a bonus action.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! I don't know.
Oh!
Nice. Yeah, that hits.
Wow!
Little extra
Yay.
plink, a little extra stone off of it. This thing is looking very, very haggard. But it's at that moment that a cold wind blows, rustling the leaves of the hedges. This is courtesy of a combination of bits contributed by Party and Jay Chili from last time's stream.
Joe, you traitor!
We've got a
could you?
major mutation. A 20 and a 12. So the cold wind
Yikes.
blows around this creature. 20 is a red dragonborn snout grows from the face and it gains a fire breath weapon.
Oh, perfect.
12 is 4 arachnoid legs sprout from the sides and it gains a
What?
climbing speed of 15 feet.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
So this thing abandons its greatsword in the ground and starts to skitter up the hedges, leaps across onto another hedge, and it's 8 feet, not 15. No, it says climbing speed of 15 feet. It leaps across the gap onto the other hedge, opens its maw wide, and breathes out its fire breath weapon. Is sprouted 8 feet. What is that? Joe just gave bits indiscriminately, but it put us just at enough for
Yeah, I guess it's not
breath-
technically
okay,
Joe's
breath
fault.
weapon, okay. Let's see.
I mean, we're all in a
3d6.
line for a dragon breath attack.
This thing. Sorry, I was not expecting this creature to suddenly sprout a breath weapon.
Neither were we.
No!
Plus
It was almost dead, you
5.
bastards!
Oh yeah, I get some HP back as well.
Yeah.
That's right. Oh god. But now the macros, the little macro buttons that are so useful, are blocking me from accessing its hit points. Hold on. There. Okay. How do I calculate this? Saving throw. Saving throw is 16. You need to make everybody needs to make a dexterity saving throw of 16.
16?
Yeah. The ability score for this saving throw is Constitution, and this thing has a lot of con. We're gonna go. Oh. All right.
Okay.
15 fire damage, halved on a successful dex saving throw, except I presume for Mazra.
Okay.
I mean, can I use? Go ahead.
Foodle got a 15 plus 7.
Okay,
So
that's
he's
a pass, so that's
he
half
did
damage.
7, right? Is it 7 or 8? I can never remember. Like, do we round up or down?
For damage that you take, we round down.
Okay.
For hero
So-
damage, we round up. For monster damage, we round down.
Oh. Okay. So 7. And
Yep.
Kiona got a 14, but she has this thing. What is it? No, that's not it. I think she has magical guidance. Ability check that fails, you can spend 1 sorcery point to re-roll the d20. Okay, she's gonna do that. She's gonna use
Okay.
her magical guidance. Okay,
Okay.
and she's gonna try it again. Come on, please. It's got a +4. No! Okay,
Oh no.
that is not good.
All right. So yeah, Kiona takes the full 15 damage.
She's going to use her reaction though, because she saw Mazra almost get out of it, and she's gonna bend luck for
Wait,
2.
don't bend it for me.
Were
'Cause
they?
Can I use my uncanny dodge on this? Is it
Yeah.
it attack? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
So don't
yeah,
do it
yeah.
on me, 'cause
Yep.
I
Oh,
can half the
okay.
damage.
Okay,
Hold on,
all right.
I've got a sound effect.
Minus 15 for Kiona. Ugh.
That was not as loud as I was hoping it would be. That was like a fire spell. Okay. Okay. Everybody's taking their damage because that's this thing's turn. Foodle, you're up.
Okay. Oh God. Poodle. I don't think. I guess Foodle is probably the only one who's seen this guy. I don't know how I have vision of this. Maybe Kiona had? No.
Oh, I must. You know what? I didn't put a. I should have put a wall right here, and I didn't.
Oh, okay. In that case, Foodle hasn't seen that one. Okay, so Foodle's going to catch Gimbal Shot, and he's going to bonus action cast Ensnaring Strike. He's gonna fire at what's his nuts here? Where's Gimbal Shot? There we go. And he's going. Oh, he's going to use a superiority dice to do a trip attack. So it needs to make 2 strength saving throws. Which one do you want to make first? For the trip attack or the ensnaring strike?
Let's do them in that order. Okay, so trip
Okay.
attack.
Okay. At advantage for both, by the way.
At
'cause it's a
advantage for
large
both. So that's a 17, and that's a 22.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So,
So neither.
you dealt
Alright.
how much damage? 12 plus 7 plus 6?
Assuming a Colossus Slayer only goes off if it's not at its hit point maximum. I don't know how much is healed, but anyway.
It didn't heal to full.
Okay, thank God.
Here's the problem with these macro buttons. There we go. I got them to go away for a second. Okay.
And then Foodle's going to. So awkward. Foodle's gonna try to squeeze past Mazra for 10, 15. I guess that. No, is that as far as he can go? Or is this thing like up above him?
It's up above him, yeah. So
Okay.
he can theoretically occupy this space right here.
Okay.
It's kind of like technically there, but that doesn't
Okay.
look very good. So
So he'll use his full movement to go there.
okay,
And that's Foodle's turn.
okay. Kiona's up.
Kiona is going to not use this one lightning bolts. He is going.
Actually, this thing is now going to use
What?
a legendary action, which
What?
it can do at any time it wants. And it is going to use slow. So all of you feel this does not negate your turn. He's using it now. You all feel this oppressive force weigh down on you. And the is this gonna post to you or yes? So it targets one or more creatures it can see within 10 feet of it. That is everybody except Kiona. Okay, so this affects Mazra and Foodle. You must make a DC 17 wisdom saving throw.
Isn't it 20 feet in the air though?
It's not 20. Well, yeah, kind
Up
of.
on top of the hedge, right?
No, it's gonna affect you anyway. It's gonna affect you anyway. I'm doing it. DC 17 wisdom saving throw against this magic. On a failed save, the target can't use reactions. Its speed is halved, and it can't make more than one attack in a turn. In addition, the target can take either an action or a bonus action on its turn, not both. These effects last 1 minute. The target can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on itself on a success. So make your make your saving throw now.
Okay. And it says specifically there against this magic. So Foodle
Yes.
has Gnomish Cunning,
Gnomish Cunning.
which means he will make it at advantage. Okay, oh thank God. All right. Oh, done. First roll. That's a 17 plus 2.
Okay.
Ooh.
This is already going to be a fail, so.
Okay, but Kiona has.
Oh!
What?
Oh!
What?
Oh!
Mazra is so wise all of a sudden. Holy shit!
Look, she's wise because she knows that she's more than 20 feet away from it.
With a +2 bonus. Mazda does like the anime, like big lens flares in the eyes. Like, nope. Oh my goodness, yeah. You feel that oppressive force that Vinyls is browsing to in the chat right now. But far from being intimidated by this thing and you know, feeling that this languid, like these tendrils of lethargy wrap around you, you manage to shake it off and keep your wits about you. Kiona, it is Kiona's turn.
Okay, Kiona is going to. I definitely know all the things she can do. I think she's going to use Scorching Ray. What spell slot is that?
That's a second
okay,
level
so
spell.
Second level, so she's gonna use some good old Scorching Ray. Oh wait, but I gotta do it a couple times, right? So
Yeah.
if it's level 2, oh god, how do I? 3, okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Sorry. Fiona's or Flutter's better at this. 2, 3. Okay.
Okay. How does Kiona do this?
Fiona's like, oh god,
I'll tell you
what's
right
her
now, the
accent again?
first ray does not hit, but the other two do.
She's gonna say, oh god, what's her accent? Have some of your own medicine, and she's gonna start slinging fire bolts into this thing. Well, scorching rays into this thing.
Okay. Yeah, and as the scorching rays hit it, the sheer heat causes the stone to rapidly expand and burst open, and you just see pieces fly off of this thing until. Hold on. There's actually where is it? There's like a sound that says crumbling stone. Well, this sounds good.
Wait, she has to roll a d20,
That
right?
did not sound good. It says slam attacks. That was a little tap. What the heck?
Is it a d20 for her wild magic?
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh, okay. Thank goodness.
There's no good. There's no good. There we go. There, that's the best we can do right now. All right.
That was the. I love it.
There was a sound that said stone crumbling, but it just sounded like a little slap. It was very underwhelming. Like, Sirenscape, please. We need some big sounds of these things dying. All right. Yeah, the horrific dragon-headed, spider-legged stone statue just crumbles down into a pile of rubble. All over here.
Now, Kiana doesn't know about the other one. I think the only one who does is Mazra, so she's gonna end her turn feeling like she's done a good job. Job well done.
Okay. All right. Proceed.
So are we still in combat? Or are we?
You're still in initiative order.
Okay.
As far as you know, you're not in combat.
Right. So she'll. I mean, I guess like before she moves anywhere, she'll just ask if everyone's okay.
I'm all right. I took a big, a little burn to be honest, but I'll be okay. I'm okay
Cool.
too. Yeah.
All right. We need to move together.
Oh wait. Okay. Do you still want me to lead?
Couldn't hurt.
Okay. All right. So Foodle's gonna come back over here, pick up his piece of rope, his end, and then get to there, and that's as far as he can move. So Kiona will pass her turn, and I'm assuming Masri will too. So.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, wait! There's another one.
And this statue is simply stood in this kind of pose with arm outstretched, gesturing towards the stairs right here.
I mean, I guess it didn't attack us. 4, 5.
It could be like the ones at the beginning of the maze.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, I hope so.
Well, we'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
Okay, once again, you see a circular garden path curving around some sort of central point.
Can Foodle see the manor rising above the garden, or whatever it is, a building?
Yes,
I don't know.
and it's in this direction.
Oh, okay. I don't know if we're going the right way, but
Well,
I guess.
I think it doesn't hurt to try.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Just keep
4.
keep your musket ready.
Okay. Foodle's got his musket sort of aimed at the ground. Oh, another opening. And another. Oh, wait, I don't think Foodle can see that. Okay. Oh, another statue. Well,
this
I mean,
statue
should we just shoot it?
statue is standing still. It's in the image of a beautiful elven woman, long flowing hair, holding a in her hands that are kind of held as if like slotted into her hands, is a tin, sort of silvered tin tray, and on the tray are 4 bundled, wrapped up towels, steaming with heat, like those sort of like steamed warm towels that you get on long airplane flights or at fancy restaurants.
I mean, this reminds me of our day at the spa in Cormantia.
And they can see the like. Can you see like you said there's like steam rising off them, right?
Yep.
Hmm.
I mean, unless they've got some kind of spell to keep them hot all the time.
Yeah, isn't that odd? And that food was fresh, you said, right, Majra?
Seemed like someone had just been there. I mean, it could just be an enchantment. My concern is there are 4, which makes me wonder if they expected all 4 of us, since 4 of us entered.
Yeah, you think they've been watching us this whole time?
Wouldn't I wouldn't put it past them.
Ah,
Well, we can
Well-
at least take a look at it.
yeah. Foodle's gonna approach. Can Foodle reach? Like, he's not reaching, but could Foodle reach the towels if he?
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
Okay. I guess I'll try it.
And so Foodle's gonna reach up and pull one of the towels off.
It is pleasantly warm to the point of being like hot, like just on the verge of being like uncomfortably hot, but so warm that it's very nice. Yeah.
Ooh, it is like a day at the spa. Hmm.
Can Mazra do like a quick investigate around here just to see if she notices any kind of like pointers or
Yep.
anything? Okay.
Yep.
Hmm.
Oh my god.
All right. There is written around the fountain on the rim of the fountain, carved are some letters that are so stylized as to almost look like a wreath of vines and flowers ringing around. But upon closer investigation, you see that it in fact says, "Welcome visitors. Please step inside."
Mazra, anything?
Welcome visitors, please step inside.
I don't see a door.
Does the fountain have a bottom? Like
It appears to have a bottom.
She will take a towel.
You now have
Fiona, it,
a pleasantly heated and moistened towel.
Kiona at this point takes a step forward, and as she does, she kind of stumbles a bit and catches herself. And she says, I don't know if we can. I don't know if it's a good idea, but should we at least consider taking a rest? I mean, it's beautiful. We can keep watch. But I need to bandage some of this.
Not a bad idea.
yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
All right.
Foodle's gonna like put his towel back if he can, and he's gonna have Gimbal Shot float next to him and reload as he sort of looks down this way and starts to bandage his wounds. Basically, we would love to take a short
Keeping
rest.
an eye out. Yep. Take your short
Yeah.
rest. Yep.
Okay. Oh, you guys, we remembered a thing. Oh, thank you, Kiona.
Yep.
Ugh, D6s. Gross.
Yep. Yeah. Kiona's squishy.
God.
Hey,
Okay.
back in 3rd edition, Wizards and Sorcerers got D4.
Ooh.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Okay, just gonna use a couple of these. Ugh. Okay, that's pretty good. All right. And then Poodle. It's a D10. Now that's what I'm talking about. And I get a 1.
Oh no!
Yep.
Hey, Marathon.
Now, when it comes to rolling your hit dice to gain more HP at level, you get to reroll ones, but not at a short rest.
Yeah.
Roll one, you gotta live with it at a short rest.
Yeah. Oh, wait, that's... Hold on. Okay. Alright. That's not too bad. I don't think Kiona gets anything back on a short rest. other than hit points.
Yet reminder what Megan says, you get to add your con mod to each roll.
Yes, that I did do. And thankfully,
Yeah.
Kiona and Foodle had the same con mod, which makes it easy.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, she doesn't get bend luck. Okay, Kiona's, while I look and see if she gets anything else back, Kiona's gonna say, "Oh, well, I'm feeling much better. Mazra, where are we supposed to go? It said to enter?"
I have a feeling it has something to do with the fountain. Wait, so how long did we rest? Like an hour?
Yeah. A short rest is an
Okay.
hour. Yeah.
Are the towels still hot?
They start to cool off.
Okay.
They do not appear to be like enchanted in that way.
Oh,
So
okay.
the-
Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind going for a dip. Sorry, Ghost.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So Foodle's going to sort of finish, patching himself up. He's gonna sling gimbal shot, reach up, grab one of the towels, and kind of like look around a little bit sheepishly and sort of like put it around his neck, sort of like you would if you were going to the beach or spa or something. And he'll like pull himself up and into the fountain
Okay.
and see
And
if anything happens. Oh god.
As he pulls himself up and lowers himself into the fountain and he goes to touch the bottom, he just falls straight through and you just hear a little like exclamation. And he's under. And when you look in, he's not there.
Well,
So,
I hope that's what we're supposed to do.
That's the only way I can see to go. So
Yeah.
make
I'm
sure
not
you
gonna
have your
leave.
towel, as Megan always.
That's right, Hitchhiker's reference. Oh my god. So Kiona, she's gonna reach up. Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna leave Foodle. She's gonna do the same thing, and she's just gonna step over, I'm assuming. And pull back at first, because she's a tabaxi.
Yeah. Yeah.
then
She
push
has that
herself in.
instinctive, as a tabaxi cat lady, she has that instinctive aversion to water just for a second. And then enters and disappears. You find yourselves
We're really doing this again to Mazra.
with a. Oh, did you not go in?
I wanted to do something first.
Okay.
So very quickly, she is going to tie a rope around the statue right here.
Yes.
Hold on to the rope and then jump in.
Okay. All right. And you find yourselves instantaneously, kind of in the blink of an eye, and not a drop of water upon you. You are transported. Find yourself in a frontal garden, sort of a front yard garden, fountain, sort of a fountain right here, and 4 little ponds of water right here in front of a stately mansion, the stairs to which are right here, and I'll show you a picture of the mansion later. But
Ooh.
this being where you 4 find yourselves. Not a drop of water on you.
Well, wait. Why do we need this? Foodle's gonna... Wait, is the towel still there? He's gonna pat where the
Yes.
towel was.
Yes, it's still there.
Huh. Alright.
Is the rope dangling in the air or is it gone?
The rope is dangling in the air. It appears to have been severed at a certain length when you enter the pool.
Okay. So she'll gather
Approximately,
up what was
like if
left.
you were to sort of measure it out, is like right where the top of your head would have touched the water is approximately where it would have been severed.
Very interesting.
Oh. Well, I mean, this place is beautiful. Let's hope it's less dangerous.
You see some stone
Okay.
statues around here of various figures. One, a warrior in full armor. One, a slight and nimble female figure in a cowl, hood, and cape. One, so there's that one. There's that one. One, a priest type figure, kind of clasping their hands together in devotion like this, and one clothed in wizard robes. This is the cape roguish looking figure here.
Does that ring any bells for anyone? These 4 statues? I don't know if Foodle can like do a roll to see if that rings any bells for him.
You can try. Further up,
Okay.
you see the fountain and the 4 sort of corner ponds right here, and standing in the corner ponds are some large hedge sculptures, each shaped like a wild boar.
Ooh, those I
And
recognize.
there's a hedge with a flower archway right over here. There we go. I think the stream was not seeing my. Oh no, I'm on the wrong mode. That's why none of you are seeing my pings. Yeah, so the corner ponds where the boars are here, and here, and then flower archway here.
Go
ahead.
Oh, over here, like up here, how like there's stairs, I guess, but how high is this like little
This
stone
is
wall?
like a good 10, 15 feet up.
I mean, this is fancy.
I don't want to walk down this like middle path. I think that would be very unwise.
Yeah. We could go around up this way. I'm a little curious about the boars, but yeah, Bafoodle, it ain't worth it. I don't want to mess with no statues anymore. Okay, yeah, I think you guys are right. So Foodle will start heading up this way.
As soon as you take a step, put yourself back
Oh
in
God.
that first position there.
Oh no.
As soon as you take a step, you feel like a vibration in the earth, a vibration of energy. And oh no, you can move yourself the one space, the first space that you moved.
Oh,
that's where you are.
okay.
Yeah, there you go. And you hear the groaning and creaking of wood, the rustle of foliage as the 4 boar statues stir to life. I'm just gonna check these guys out. I'm so proud of these.
Oh my God!
Okay.
No!
And I've got some special music for you. Here we go.
Oh jeez.
I don't know if I like that music. I like this music better. Here we go.
It's not horrifying enough.
Yeah. Oh God.
Okay. I would like everybody to roll initiative.
Oh jeez. Okay, Foodle. It's gonna roll
Initiative rolls, jeez.
Yeah,
Bit of a
jeez. Okay,
homebrew
Foodle's gonna roll a
monster
fake
called the
initiative.
Hedge Boar. Oh,
My
no.
initiative is always bad.
No.
Slightly better.
Where's Foodle? There we go. Okay. And then Kiona.
Kiona.
Boop. Hey!
Is everybody's roll accurate? Foodle's roll is accurate?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh my god.
All right, Kiona's up first. She sees the hedge boars stir come to life. She's able to quickly react to it. She sees it first. What's Kiona doing?
Hey. She's considering a fireball, but I don't know if she can hit more than one of them. How does fireball work? Hello. Information.
It's like a radius.
150 feet. Yeah.
Feel free to
it's
post
gonna
it in
be-
chat.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
20-foot
So
radius.
150 feet,
Ooh.
20-foot radius. So,
Yeah, no. Oh wait.
so if she
So if
puts
she
it
did it from here.
here, yeah, you can hit two.
Oh yeah.
at once.
Okay.
Yeah, you can hit
Okay.
two at once.
Ooh.
She would move. She
You
would
know
need to
what?
move to get in line of sight though, because these
Right.
hedges will block line of sight.
What if it was a radius? Couldn't you do it in the middle of this fountain and hit everything?
Let's find out.
Oh, you know what, Ghost?
Yes.
It actually, it just
Yeah,
says
it's
within
everything.
range. You don't
Yep.
have to have line of sight.
Well, yeah, you have to have a line of sight to where you're putting it.
Oh, really? My understanding was that spells will specify if you, like, a point within range that you can see, for example. Like, what's the other one?
Yeah, but yeah,
Witching Ray? What was it?
yeah, you're gonna, yeah. I'm gonna rule that you need to see the point. You need to have line
It
of sight.
makes
Okay, okay.
sense.
So, yeah, I agree.
However, Wolf
I
has
just
a better idea.
I like reading the spells. Oh, yeah?
But I'm not gonna repeat it.
Oh, okay, shit.
And
Um,
and the next time you don't listen to Wolf, I'm not gonna say anything.
Well, I don't know what Wolf said, but I don't know if they can communicate doing this anyway. So, what does this one do? This one is a 30-foot cube. So that's just 30. That's unfortunate. Okay, maybe not. And then, what's this one? Creatures within 20 feet. Okay. All right. So she's gonna fireball after moving. So she can move. How far? 30. Okay, that's what I thought. 5, 10, 15, 20. Does this give her line of sight? No. Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh, you know what? Okay, if she can see it from here, she's actually gonna stay there. Okay. And then fireball, baby!
Okay,
And it's gonna hit these top
top two. Okay.
Yeah.
Now that is a fireball's a dex save.
Yes.
14.
That's some good damage. Oh, that's really good.
Okay. This one passes its dex save. So you fire the fireball right there. It explodes with a burst of flame. Okay, landing right here. This hedge boar manages to run and avoid the brunt of it. This one does not. Takes the full force of the fireball. Both of them ignite like dry kindling. It seems like they are particularly vulnerable to fire. With that roll, that is enough to kill this one outright. And it just collapses into a heap of cinders burning on the surface of the pond. This
Yellow's
one
gonna do her trademark
quickly
laugh
sort of
that I
shakes
can't do.
itself off and puts the flames out.
Okay. And then she is going to move back 5 feet, and that is her turn. As she
Okay.
wipes the bat guano off of her hands.
Okay.
I can
bottom
use
left.
stuff anyway.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80. That's its full movement. It can't make an attack. Actually, it's going to stop right about here.
Okay.
This one that took that attack 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. It's kind of charging around to flank you. Foodle, you are up.
Okay, Foodle is going to continue this direction, so that was 5. Or does he get his full movement? I don't know.
He gets his full movement now, yeah.
Okay.
Because you were outside of combat when we started.
20, I think that gives him line of sight.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, it certainly does.
Could he get it from here? Oh, okay, you know what? He's going to keep his distance. Okay.
Okay.
So 15. And he is going to bonus action. He's gonna reach into the good old goodie bag and he's gonna do a quick smoke.
Okay.
Oh god. Here we
Okay.
go. Nobo would be so proud. This is such a bad idea. Okay.
I love it. Okay.
17?
Okay, let's open up the old pouch.
God. Please don't be something
A
bad.
17 Dryad's Claw. You smoke Dryad's Claw. And this one has a distinctly sort of mossy, barky kind of flavor to it, kind of quality to the flavor and the
Who
aroma.
likes that?
Your skin becomes barky and leaves sprout from your hair. You have Guardian of Nature, Great Tree, cast on you for 1 minute.
what
let's
is
see if we
that?
have this in the compendium. It is a quality druid spell. So there's a couple of buffs that you get from this one. It's a straight combat buff spell. Great Tree, your skin appears barky, leaves sprout from your hair, and you gain the following benefits. You gain 10 temporary hit points. You make Constitution saving throws with advantage.
What?
You make Dexterity and Wisdom-based attack rolls with advantage.
What?
And while you are on the ground within 15 feet of you is difficult terrain for your enemies.
Oh shit! No way!
So Foodle just becomes like green, barky skinned, and just buffed out, and the ground around you is roiling with like tree roots moving underneath.
Boodle takes another puff and says, what was his name? Thanks, Grindelwald. Wild? What was it? Grindelwald? That's the one.
Grundlewild,
I
yeah.
said Grindelwald.
Boggy.
Harry
Boggy
Potter.
Grundlewild. Yeah.
Thanks, Boggy. He would be on first name. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so advantage, you say. All right, so he's gonna fire
Dexterity
Gimbal shot.
and wisdom attack rolls, yeah.
Dude, that's nutty. Okay. At this one up here.
Mhm.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, good thing you had that, hey?
Seriously. And he's going. So Colossus Slayer, I think, procs because Kiona hit this one.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's not at its max.
Yeah.
Oh, frick
It is
me.
not as its
Um,
max.
And
Oh no.
Foodle's gonna throw in a. He's gonna try to menace it and say, "You cannot stand before the power of Aaron Selch!" And
he's going to use a
Aw.
superiority dice to try to scare this thing.
Try to scare this thing. Okay.
So it needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
It is immune.
Oh my god, this fucking
It is
bullshit.
It is indifferent to it. It shakes its leafy head and is indifferent to the power of Aaron Selk.
Foodle is going to.
You have a little bit of movement left, and that's about all you can do.
Well, he's gonna action surge. He's gonna. Yeah, it does take the 2 extra damage. Yeah, so he does like.
Yeah, I got that
18.
already. I got that already. Yeah.
He's going to say, "All right, we'll try again, Aaron Selch," and he's gonna release Gimbal Shot. It's gonna reload. He's gonna fire again at advantage at the same.
Yeah, is
one
action
here.
surge a bonus action? It's a free, or is it a
Oh,
free action?
I don't know. That's a good. I assume I should double check. I think it's a free action, but that's a good point. On your turn, you can take 1 additional action on top of your regular. I'll just put it
Okay.
in chat. That way, you guys can
Okay.
double check.
Yep. Okay.
Make sure it's all
Possible.
good. On top of your regular action and a possible bonus
Must
action.
finish
Okay.
a short or long rest, which you did. Okay, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
Do it.
Whew. Good thing I've been using that correctly the whole time.
Yep.
Now.
Yep.
Yeah, it's second wind that takes a bonus action.
That's right. Yeah.
And so Foodle is going to fire again. Oh my god.
That's a hit. Yeah.
And he's going to try a trip attack. So this thing's got to make a strength saving.
Okay.
Oop.
11.
Okay, it falls prone.
Yeah. So this shot, you reload, catch Gimbal Shot, vines sprouting from your fingers around the barrel of the weapon as you let loose fire. The shot cracks right through its leg, and it face plants into the dirt and stops moving.
Just
It is
like
dead.
with. Oh shit! Just like with Gut Ripper. And then Foodles, for his remaining move, he's going to go 5, 10, and that is his turn.
Okay. The final hedge boar. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. 55, 60, and is going to stop there. Mazo, you're up.
Given that where this guy is it possible to flank it or not?
Sorry,
Just
what?
like not. Okay, where this
this-
this one is it possible to flank it with
To
this
flank
little
it?
tiny
No.
space here?
No.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Alright. She's gonna fight. So she'll move here and then try and stab it.
Okay. So 13 is not a hit.
Okay. So she'll try and other stab it.
Yeah, you stab your knife into it, but it's a thick tangle of hedges. You just succeed at getting your knife stuck. You don't hit any of the wooden branches. Okay, that one hits.
Okay. Do you just with this? Do you sneak attack if it's the second one? Because it's like once a turn.
You can. Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, if you fulfill the requirements for sneak attack. So sneak
Yeah,
attack
'cause
does
Fiona's-
require you to have another ally within
Yes.
5 feet of the creature.
Ye-
Okay. Yep.
Mhm.
Okay. So yeah, that counts. That hits it.
Okay.
Okay, so this time you managed to find purchase. You managed to snap through a few twigs and dig your knife into one of the larger boughs holding this hedge together. Okay.
And I think,
that your turn?
yeah, and I think she may just like, if she has enough time, she may just shout at it to try and see if she can get its attention away from Kiona.
Okay.
So just be like, hey, you know.
Okay. Roll. Is intimidation a skill in 5e?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Roll that.
And she gets proficient. She has proficiency in that. I'm assuming that's just baked
All
in.
you need to do is click it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It should be baked into the bonus.
Eh.
Okay. Yeah, you're not sure whether that worked.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Kiona's up.
Oh God, that's me. I'm not used to that being me.
Yep,
Okay. Fiona is going to move 5, 10. And what was this spell? Hold on, does this even matter? No, this doesn't matter actually. Dang it. Okay. And she's going to. What does this spell do?
What are you looking for?
Well, I was thinking maybe hypnotic pattern, but I don't know if it's got the range. Hold on, 30-foot cube. Oh, it might. I think so, yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. She's gonna try to like no, she's gonna throw a bunch of glitter up in the sky or whatever you do to cast the spell, and
She uses
What
her
is it?
lasso.
Oh.
She does like lasso or like whip.
Oh, that's
whip
right.
Tricks.
She's
Yeah, she
doing, like,
traces the pattern in the air with her whip. Yeah.
right. Okay, and she's gonna make it so that it's a 30-foot. So it's gonna be centered like I don't know here or something. Whatever gets these two and nobody else.
Okay.
Um.
So it's like a 30-foot cube inside a 30-foot cube. So you're going to aim it like at this point here.
Oh
So,
wait.
Yeah.
I thought 30-foot cube meant that was 30 feet.
Oh no,
was the
yeah,
size of the-
30 feet across. Yeah, so you're going to
Okay.
center it like here or something like that.
Somewhere in there, yeah. Whatever doesn't hit her and Mazra. Like there, I don't know. So they need to make wisdom saving throws.
But they don't because
Come
they're immune to
on.
charm because they're
Oh,
constructs.
for frick's sake. Ah! Okay.
I feel mean. I feel mean when I do that.
No, that's
but,
fine. This
but
is good. This is good. See,
That's-
my problem is I have a fighter's brain. This is why
Yeah.
I built Foodle the
Yep.
way I built him. Because I wanted
Yep.
to just fireball.
Yeah.
Because damage solves. But I know Kiana, she always does this hypnotic pattern. It usually works. So anyway.
Yep.
All right. Well, we
Yep.
learned. We learned.
Yep.
And
Okay.
she kind of.
So
Ah.
Kiona casts hypnotic
ah.
pattern, and the hedge borers seem largely unimpressed and uninterested in the beautiful pattern
think-
being traced through the sky.
Oh, God. She's gonna stay there. All right, that's her turn, I guess.
Okay.
I don't like this.
Okay, this one. Charges towards Kiona. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. They're meant to be. There we go. You know what? No. This is like the other one. He can crash right through.
Oh,
crash
okay.
right through
Yeah.
it. It'll be
It's just
rough terrain
shrubs.
for him, but he's big. He can crash right through. Yeah, this song has been. I agree. Thank you, Bio.
That's so funny. I thought these were.
This is interesting music. I don't know. Let's roll with it. Let's roll with it.
I feel like I'm 007
Woof.
on like a.
Yeah.
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
Yep. It almost feels like Castlevania music to me. This is from a Ravenloft playlist. Okay. Now this one gets some special abilities because it charged Kiona. So Relentless Charge. If the board takes, I can actually post this in chat. If the board, oh, you guys can't see it. If the board takes 20 damage or less, nope, that's not the right one. It is charge. Okay, if the board moves at least 20 feet straight towards the target and then hits it with a tusk attack on the same turn, the target takes an extra 7 2d6 slashing damage. The target is a creature, must succeed on a DC 13 strength saving throw or be knocked prone. So if Kiona could roll, it didn't roll damage automatically. Oh, it missed though. It missed.
Kiona holds up her hand and uses her animal handling to stop it in its tracks. I don't know. I guess it's not an animal. Kiona does something really cool. Maybe she does like a backflip like she would in some of her like performances or something.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Kiona does a little backflip. Just a note to anybody in chat: if there's ever a track that we're playing that is like bugging you, just say something in the chat. I don't mind.
I don't even hear the music because I'm like I am full
Yeah.
focused on these character
Yeah.
sheets. So
Yeah.
yeah, you guys definitely let us know.
Yep. Let us know. I don't mind changing. All right. This thing has nothing else to do. Foodle, you're up.
All right, Foodle's gonna. Did Foodle see either of these get damaged? I think Mazra might have hit this one. Right, the top one.
This one is damaged. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Foodle is going to snatch Gimbal Shot out of the air as it's reloaded. He's going to... Is he doing anything with his bonus action? Yes, he's going to cast Hunter's Mark on this one. He's going to say, I've got you in my sights. And use a spell slot. And he is going to fire at the top one here, Mazra.
Okay.
And he's actually going to,
15
before you say
hits.
anything.
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yep.
He's going to. Because who's up in the initiative? Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Okay, maybe he wouldn't do that. He's smarter than me. Okay. And he's gonna do Colossus Slayer damage and Hunter's Mark. Okay. Oh! You love to see it.
Nice. And all right. Yeah, this thing is starting to look pretty hurt.
All right, and that is Foodle's turn. Yeah.
Okay. All right. This one is going to make 2 tusk attacks, but if you bear with me just for 1 second, because I keep forgetting that I need to manually set each one of these to auto roll damage. It's very frustrating that it doesn't do it automatically.
Yeah, that's weird.
Whoops. Hold an error. Okay. The first attack stands. It's making 2 tusk attacks against Mazra. The first attack stands at 12. That one doesn't hit. Second one, 23. That's gonna hit. And Mazza, you feel the boar's tusk slashing into your body. 13 slashing damage.
So half that.
Okay. All right. And then Mazza, you're up. Kiona on deck.
Where's my sheet? Sorry, took me a minute there. So she's going to, I guess, still attack this one in front of her. So, is Kiona considered 5 feet?
Kiona. Yes. Kiona is within threat range of both of them.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. And counts for your sneak attack.
Okay. And I guess
Yep.
also Mazra can't squeeze around this guy, I assume.
No.
Okay. So she'll just stay where she is then.
Okay. 14.
Is this where the rolls start to
Okay,
go?
okay. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Kiona is going to bend. Is she bending luck? She's doing something.
No. 14 hits.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Never mind. Just kidding. She's not doing shit. Kiona's
You want me to say it.
Deep in thought.
Yeah. Okay. This thing is looking very hurt right now.
Right. So she'll try and do a secondary. Nope.
I'm such a dummy.
All right.
I thought you had.
Second attack, 10 does not hit. Okay, is that it for your turn? Okay, Kiona, you're up.
Okay. Kiona. This top one's looking really hurt, right?
Yep. And this bottom
Okay.
one is looking completely untouched.
Right. Yeah. Ugh. Fiona is going to try to whip these things into shape with her rope dart of multiplication. This top one here. Boop. Oh.
Okay, 17 hits on the top one. And when she whips out with that rope dart, it actually severs this boar's head. And it collapses now just basically a heap of yard waste.
Nice! Oh, that's amazing. And she's gonna do her patented laugh that I can't do, but you guys know Kiona's laugh.
That track was starting to get really weird and obnoxious.
And
Really good.
in fact, she's gonna go because she's been watching how Mazra fights, and she's gonna go here, and that's her turn.
Okay. All right. This hedge boar is going to make 2 tusk attacks on Kiona at 15 and 10 respectively.
Okay, she is going to throw up her hands instinctively and cast shield.
Okay.
And
Blocking that first attack, I do believe.
Yes. Oh,
Okay.
but she has to roll. Oh shit.
Just got to roll that surge.
Oh, thank God. I don't know why it took so long. Oh.
Okay.
And she just like holds the magic shield there.
All right. Foodle, you're up.
Boodle is gonna go. Oh, is he? No, he's not. He's already got advantage. He's fine. He's gonna go here, and he's going to fire gimbal shot using a musket shot, and boop. Oh my gosh! Thank goodness for
Ooh.
advantage.
Is that
This
a
so
12?
nutty.
Is that a 12? Or is that a
15, because it said advantage. Because he's got the sweet, sweet smoke leaf, baby!
Oh, that's right.
Coming in clutch.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
All right.
this one's still at full, right? Or I guess not after
It
this
was
attack,
until
but-
just now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You're not going to
okay.
get Colossus
So-
Slayer off on it.
No. Is there anything with this bonus action? Oh shoot, he should have done this first. Anyway, he's gonna transfer his Hunter's Mark from the dead one to this one. Anyway, dummy. All right, and that is Fulu's turn.
Okay. Mazra, you are up.
Okay, so she will around the bulk of the board just go like to Kiona and just
Kiona will do that right back.
is that
So
the right
flanking is one more down.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's two more there. Okay. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Good either way.
Oh, that
Okay.
that is a hit. So basically, for flanking Wolf, you imagine any position that you're in where if you draw a straight line and it goes through the center of the creature,
Okay.
that's flanking.
Okay.
All right.
So it goes through the bisection of those four
Right. Okay.
squares.
All right. Then I'll-
the next one down is also flanking, but
Mhm.
this is
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
be
makes
there
sense.
for this case. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So she'll use.
Oh,
That's a hit as well.
Okay.
yes.
Okay, this thing looks like it's taken a beating, but it keeps on kicking. It's
Okay.
looking haggard, but not particularly super hurt at the moment.
And it's Kiona's turn, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've got just the thing. She is.
I love the organ music.
Yeah, I know, right? She's gonna say, "Let's finish this." Shit, I completely lost the accent. That was not it at all. But she's gonna say it in a much better way, and she's gonna cast Scorching Ray at advantage because they're attack rolls,
Mm-hmm.
and so she's gonna do 3 of them. Shut up, Shawcross. Oh!
Oh ho ho!
What?
Oh no! No way!
What?
Okay.
Okay, but what's max damage? So 6 plus 3, right?
Yeah. So. 2d6. Each one is 1d6. Is that right?
Well, it's plus.
No, each
3,
one is
apparently.
2d6. Hold on. Yeah. So the first one is 12 plus 3.
Oh
Yeah.
shit!
12 plus 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So the first one is 15. The second one is 12 plus 6. Okay.
Or
So let's
18.
run this math. 12 plus 3 is 15, right? 12 plus 6 is 18. Is that right?
Mhm.
So and then 5. So
Should be like 33.
15, 18 is 33. Plus another 5 is 38,
Oh right.
right? Times 2, because these things have damage vulnerability to fire, so they take double damage to fire because they're plants.
It's like Pokemon.
70 Yeah, so you're talking like 76? 76? You can tell when
shit.
3 humanities educated people.
Yeah. I don't know math at all.
With how many degrees between us? How many university degrees between us? We're like 38 times 2? What? All right. This thing's just gone. It's just ashes. And when the smoke clears, revealing Kiona doing the hero pose, on the other side is Mazra, just soot-faced from the ash of this thing.
But
being blown in
smiling.
her face.
Have
smiling.
Has Kiona winked at Mazra before? Because if she hasn't, I don't want this to be her first time.
Oh, I don't remember.
Let's roll with it, and then Flutter can retcon that out of existence.
All right.
If
She's
she
feeling
does
real
not
good about herself right now.
get it. Yeah. There we go. Okay.
Wow.
And at that moment, as the last of the battle high dies down, a man dressed in very fine clothes steps down the stairs.
Oh.
Right here. Let's zoom on. Let's zoom in.
Oh, he looks fancy.
I'm gonna let you guys. I'm just gonna move you guys here, and then I'm gonna zoom in for you. There we go, chat, so you can.
Dude.
You get a good look. Yes. Good afternoon, honored guests. Master Balian has instructed me to welcome you to his abode. You've provided quite the entertaining show for him. He is most delighted by your performance in the hedge maze and in the garden.
Well,
You
that's
shall come.
perfect.
You shall come and stay as his guests of honor at his manor. I am his head servant, Baines, you may call me. Or Mr. Baines, if you prefer. I have been instructed to see to your every need.
Well, Mr. Baines, it's a pleasure to meet you. We have heard of the Count Balian's wonder and beauty, and we have come from far to meet with him. So this is perfect.
Yes, indeed. Well, if you will follow me,
All right.
dinner shall be served on the hour. And he turns and he starts walking up towards these stairs.
Boodle's gonna turn and whisper to Kiona and Mazra, "We did it! Good job, you guys! We're in! We can give him our gifts now."
Mazra, take 8 psychic damage.
Oh.
You know exactly why. You know exactly why.
God, I didn't see it.
I love how offended you were, and then you look over at chat and you're like, oh, yeah.
Absolutely fucking worth it. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Okay. As you walk up, Baines, he's kind of walking this fancy. He's posed exactly as he's posed in his little icon picture there, with his, upright posture, hands behind his back, and he stops just as he reaches the stairs, and he turns around and says, "Oh, We shall see to it that your companion is well taken care of as well. And when you turn around, you see the statue of the elven woman that was holding the tray of towels is kind of like carrying the stone statue of Iskander Blackford, still frozen in his look of shock and terror, and this elven woman, expressionless, calm, is walking him up behind you towards the manor as well.
Fiona says, "Well, just be gentle with him."
Hmm.
Yeah, he's our friend.
Indeed. Right this way, if you please. And Baines leads you up the stairs. And as we end off tonight, I'm going to give you a sneak peek of the mansion.
Oh
You
my
see before you,
gosh!
at the top of this terrace, the sprawling manorial estate of Count Balian. And that is where we're going to leave it for tonight. Just give chat a little bit of a detailed look.
That's
Look at this.
beautiful.
That. It's not
This is
amazing?
so cool. Okay,
Yeah.
for the record, Foodle and Kiona are doing what Mr. Baines is doing. They've got their hands behind their back, shoulders back, chest out, trying to walk as proper and, I don't know, gaudy as they can.
Nice. With your dusted up, like, fine clothes that you've been fighting in.
Wait!
Yeah.
Does Kiona have prestidigitation? Because if she does, she'll clean
That's a
them
good
both off
question.
really quick.
That's a good question.
Hold on.
Yeah.
She does! She's gonna,
Nice.
like, quickly clean them off, or thaumaturgy, or
Quickly
whichever
clean
one does
everybody
that.
off.
Anyway.
Nice.
Yeah. So they're presentable.
Hey, Miko!
Sumiko!
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry you came in just at the end. Yeah, so Honeyshuckle, who made these maps? These are some this map that we did the fight on. Let me come back and show you this map. So that was one that I got off of Patreon. There's some good free stuff on Patreon that you can find. Dungeon Mapster. Like Dungeon Master,
Ooh.
but maps. This one is from 2 Minute Tabletop, which is a perennial favorite. A lot of 2 Minute Tabletop assets appear in our campaign. There's a lot of free stuff that you can grab on there. I also use a program called Dungeon Draft to make a lot of things. Do I have anything that I can show off in Dungeon Draft? Oh, yeah, Lysantia House.
Right.
So this is the ruined version of our player home.
It's gonna be so much better, you guys. Once
Yeah,
it's cleaned up and furnished.
Yeah.
I can't wait for you
Yeah.
guys to see it.
yeah. We've got everybody sort of putting together their own rooms and things like that. So that's one floor of the Angevin house, rather, is what it's called. Shegrazd. This is probably one of the maps I'm most
Oh yeah,
proud
that's
of.
probably a better
Here's-
one.
So this is one that I made, and it's all nice and furnished and everything.
Yeah,
there's
and I
a-
can tell you guys, Ghost hand placed everything. So like every tree,
Yeah.
every table, every chair, like
Yep.
there
The stuff
there
that's on the
may have been some
tables.
copy paste here and there,
Yeah.
but like a lot of it is hand placed. Like this is a map he created from scratch.
Yep. So it's
pretty
a lot of fun to play with that really cool program. It's only like probably $15-$20 US. Not expensive.
Yeah.
Not expensive at all.
Yeah.
Gosh, that was a ton of fun.
So
Some
fun.
good-
Ghost
a good-
knocking
a
it out of
good
the park
combat
again.
session. Oh yeah, combat's getting quicker. I'm really happy with you guys.
Mhm.
We're learning. We're learning.
Man, I was stressing out a little bit running Kiona, but
Yeah,
I think I mostly did stuff she
You
would have
did good.
done. I don't know.
Yeah, you did really good.
Thanks.
It's different. I know that you play as Foodle. You're kind of a half caster, but you haven't leveled you're not going to level too much further into Rangers. So the half casterness is kind of moot. You have like a couple spells that you use, and that's about it. But I thought it might be a nice experience for you to manage
it was
a
cool.
full caster as well, to see what being a full caster is like, and a sorcerer as well.
You've got so much more you got to think about.
got
Foodle's just
a
like,
lot
which
more to think
target?
about.
All right, that
Different
one.
things to think about. Like I feel like it's just different things to think about, right?
That's true.
Like
Yeah, because he's got
have
like his
to-
maneuvers and stuff.
Yeah, you have to consider your maneuvers. You have to consider positioning a lot more than a
Mhm.
caster does. Like a caster, pretty much as soon as a caster has line of sight, they have the run of the field to do pretty much whatever they want, right?
Yeah.
So a bit different.
Yeah, it was fun.
All right,
it was
friends.
really fun.
Man, Woof with the clutch crits. Holy.
It was amazing.
Yeah, I rolled pretty good tonight, actually. So
You did, yeah, actually, you did. You rolled really good. Luck was on your side tonight, especially when you had to make that wisdom save, and it was a decently high
was
wisdom save. It was like
hilarious.
DC 17 or something like that. Oh my
Because
goodness!
that's her worst. So I was like, of course I'm gonna fail because
That was nutty.
Crit, holy!
Yeah, I can't believe that. And we both succeeded. That's a hard check. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Foodle I think has like a plus. I don't even know what, but yeah. And he gets advantage, right? So it's like,
hmm
Now, is Flutter back next week?
I think so.
I can't
I
remember. I
hope
think she
so.
is. I hope so too.
I think she said they're coming back this weekend.
Yeah,
Maybe.
okay.
I'm gonna talk to her. I'm gonna talk to her. I'll send her a message and
Yeah.
I'll ask her.
Sugar Eyes, what do you want a history fact about? Give me a topic in history, and we'll give you a fact about it. And if I don't know a fact about that, we'll learn one together. About the D&D world. Okay. I read recently an article about the origin of hit points. And it goes back all the way to wargaming in the 1800s, because what eventually evolved into D&D and well, not board games in general, because board games go all the way back to ancient Mesopotamia. But what became wargaming, like Warhammer 40K and things like that, but eventually evolved into Dungeons and Dragons, which evolved out of wargaming, was originally like a training and practice tool for military officers in the Kingdom of Prussia, which would later become Germany. And so in the late 1800s, basically every unit that you could hit instantly died in all the war games. I forget what was the war game they played, like Kriegspiel or something like that. I don't remember what it was. Yeah, I think it was Kriegspiel is what it was called. And it's a game that these students at military academies played in Prussia. And as technology advanced and you started to have things like battleships on the field and things like that, and armored, you didn't have tanks, but you had things like armored wagons or something like that. You had to account for the fact that some of these things are going to take more than one hit to destroy, and so you used to have they developed this system where you would have Flutter, welcome. Spotty connection, but I wanted to stop by and say hello before we got our day started. Hey, we were just talking about you. You're going to be back next week, right? But more importantly, I hope you are having an amazing time in France. We're having the best time. Anyway, long story short, some of the larger things on the map when you're playing Kriegspiel would take more than one hit, and so they designated a number of points that you needed to accumulate to destroy it, or so-called hit points. Kiona is very much alive. Some great clutch moves by
She was
Kiona, piloted by Cauliflumps.
She was laying out the damage. She was wrecking shop tonight. Holy. I did waste one of her spell slots. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's just something to learn. The logic behind some monsters. Basically, if it's a construct, anything that like affects its mind, anything that triggers like an intelligence, wisdom, or charisma saving throw, is probably immune to it. Something to keep in mind. But
Yeah.
we learn as we go.
Sometimes
Alright.
I feel like a construct. No brain.
Sometimes I feel like a construct too, man. Like a machine going about my daily life, working for the man.
Yeah.
All right, friends, who are we rating tonight?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Let's see.
Apparently Critical Role's still going, so we could just,
Raid Critical Role.
right.
I don't think
We-
so.
We have as many viewers as they have thousands of viewers. I doubt you can even raid them, honestly.
Every one of us is as good as 1,000 crit roll viewers, right?
Yeah.
I think so. I think so.
This community. Yeah.
I think so. Do you ever feel like I love the comment in there too. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag? Just drifting in the wind. Sometimes when I'm feeling extra cheeky, I feel like that plastic bag that hit the field correspondent in the face on BBC News. You ever see that one? It's like a Greg's sandwich bag hit the guy in the face, and then that company used it as like an advertisement. It's a free
so
sponsorship.
good.
It's so good. All right, friends, why don't we raid Voivode Kohutek and keep the D&D going?
Yeah. Let's do it.
It looks like he's doing some more Dungeon Sports Coliseum. So that's a series that he does where he puts together encounters, and it's just there's no role playing necessarily. It's just like team versus team or PvE, just straight combat, which is kind of neat. There's some interesting theory crafting and builds that go in there, so it's a little bit different. So we're gonna raid Voivode Kohutek. He could use a name that's easier to spell. Says GH0 Pepper. All right, friends. This has been a wonderful evening. Next week, we are on the Cauliflumps channel. If Flutter is away next week and needs somebody to take over Kiona, Wolf is on the job. You're up. That's right. You're up. All right, friends. I hope everybody has a wonderful night. Smoke them if you got them. Oh, Megan has the animated emote too. So if you've got those emotes, grab a raid message. Let's give Voivode Kohutek a spicy raid. And we will see you next week. Bye.
Bye, everyone.